go ahead and get set up. Let's see. I'm waiting for it to connect to Twitch. It will connect at some point. Yes, here we go. Now it's registering. Okay. Hello. Let's go ahead and let Discord know that we're in. We're going back to our roots, no pun intended, and going back with some reading and critiques over here. See, stream starting now. Let's see. Hello, Mash. It's good to see you. Hello. We need to play games some more soon. I've been hanging out with Penny for a bit. We were doing It Takes Two. We need to finish playing it soon, though. I'm really excited. But welcome on in. We just got started over here. What are you up to? You've been busy? I thought the new year was gonna be more relaxing for you. I thought you had some more free time once the new year started. What you been busy with besides the gym? I know you go to the gym a lot. You were lurking? Oh, so you just saw me die a bunch of times. Hi, Chatty Maddie. Welcome on in. I believe, unless MSM and then I think what said they were going to be late. So if you wanted to send your stuff in first, that's perfectly fine, Chatty Maddie. Gym and personal matters. That's a very mysterious way of saying that. Oh, uni starting next month. What are you in uni for? I was originally in there for creative writing, actually. And then I actually switched and I ended up getting my degree in costuming. Oh, it's already in? Nursing! Oh, that's so amazing! Nash, that's such a good thing to go to school for. Huge congrats. I'm excited for you. Let's see, let me get the Discord set up. So you said you already sent it in. Story submissions. I know it's not showing up on the thingamajig, but here, okay, I see chapter 2. Let's take a little looky-loo. And yes, okay, it's at least on that night mode. But yeah, what an amazing thing. I'm over here talking about, yeah, I want to sew things together and I want to write fancy words. Nash is actually out here helping society. It's been edited since last time. Oh, that's so exciting, Chatty Maddie. That's a lot of work already done then. Okay. So are there, I think we mentioned before that, you asked before, and like, I'm not sure if it was this chapter or another, but you actually had specific things you wanted me to critique. Is there anything like that you want me to focus on again? Oh, you went through a breakup around Christmas time, but doing a lot better. Man, what a shitty time for a breakup. I'm so sorry. Yeah. And absolutely, and it wasn't like me like trying to bug you into telling me. I'm just like, oh, that's such a mysterious way of putting it. But hey, I'm glad you're doing a lot better. You know, breakups like that, they always fucking suck. Okay, you still need to know how Sunreal and her mom come across. Hello? What? What are you doing in here? I thought you were coming in later. You get it. Yeah. But hey, I'm excited to be hanging out with you soon again. I think Penny wanted to play not Peak but Repo in the future. So in the future, I might be playing Repo with you guys. That could be fun. Hello, MSM. Oh my goodness, everyone here got so fast. I wasn't expecting you all. So yeah, Chatty Maddie was here a little bit earlier, so we're gonna start with this. This is a really cool one because this one has already been edited. So Chatty Maddie did hear my critiques, and they also have other people that they know in real life who also give them critiques as well. And so this is actually with the work of multiple edits and critiques being heard, so we actually get to see it before and after for everyone who's heard this before. Good morning. Sadness ended the celebration? I'm so sorry, what? It sounded like you were so happy about it. And also, I'll fully admit, I think I had a I think I had a brain fart before with you. What? I think you mentioned before, like, oh yeah, your team was going for this big thing, and for some reason my mind blanked out. I didn't realize. I think you were meaning it in the way that like it was you and your team, as in you were part of the team. And I think I just mind blanked out on that. I was just like, oh, there's just your team, quote unquote, like is gonna play on TV, and you wanted to watch the show of your team playing, and it's like a big deal. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. And I just it fully went over my head. I think you were in the team. That's what you were talking about. Bye. Our starting quarterback fractured his ankle, winning the game, and is out for the rest of the playoffs. I'm so sorry. What? Oh my God! Injuries like that, sports injuries, are no joke. You definitely had to treat them seriously. So I'm so sorry that kind of ended the celebration early, but I'm so happy that you guys got to play, and it seems like you guys won and you guys did your best. But yeah, injuries, definitely serious stuff, right? Most of the hits were done on your advice. Oh my goodness, that's embarrassing. Uh, your mentors were like, Cryptid's hitting the nail on the head. Oh my God, wait, no. Thank God this model does. I don't think this model has a blush feature. Hello, Maine. It's good to see you. But otherwise, if we're all here and we're all cozy, do you guys have drinks? Are you guys all warm and comfy? It's getting colder. It is definitely a chilly day in Cryptid, Florida here. But otherwise, I think we'll begin. Chapter 2. We have the date here, because you are going back and forth on a timeline a bit. Barry hugged the towel around herself, letting the soft fabric press into her damp skin. Steam still clung stubbornly, warm and sticky, and she liked it. Her fingers fastened the pendant at her neck, the cool red crystal against her chest, steadying her in a way she hadn't realized she needed. Solid, familiar. Her hair was still wet, twisting up into a towel on top of her head with a knot she could do in her sleep. Okay, and I think this was a section we had critiqued before as well, right? If you can, if you're here and you're still doing edits, if you want to highlight this section, and then I'll come back for it. That way I don't forget to do critique on that. Callie, whoa, that's big news. Oh wait, does that mean you're Daddy Callie now? Daddy Callie? She stepped out of the washroom and felt the change under her feet, the slick, cool stone giving way to the warmth of the wood. That shift made her smile. She liked noticing things like that, the little transitions her body marked without thought. Each step pressed her weight into the floor, like left a trace of her in the world. She liked that. Liked and liked is repeated twice. Something measurable, calculable. I don't think I mentioned this last time, so I'm going to say it before I forget. Since she is an engineer character, she likes making things. She's has that engineering mindset with making weaponry, making household items, right? She is this engineer type character in the steampunk fantasy sci-fi setting. So I like that the stuff that she puts what she likes is measurable, is calculable. Those words make sense for this character. So I do like those chosen words for her. 7 stream streak, thank you so much. Hello, Noxley, it's good to see you. She reached her door and turned. Across from hers was Bridget's room, the door slightly ajar. Inside, the green bed was messy, but pictures lined the walls with almost religious care. Barry caught the picture beside the bed. Bridget kissing Barry's cheek, holding her like nothing else had mattered in that moment. The only thing missing in the room? Bridget herself. Probably went to work early. Again. But before me? Barry smirked, shook her head, and pushed the panel on her door. The door hissed softly as it closed. Inside her room, the air smelled of metal and varnish and a faint tang of solder. Home. A smaller space than her forge, but just as personal. One wall was nearly swallowed by a metallic table cluttered with half-built devices and blinking scraps. The pendulum clock above it ticked with precise dignity, its gold filigree catching the light. Her clothes were scattered across the floor like half-finished thoughts, except for one pristine outfit, white, pressed, and waiting above her bed. And beside her bed, a picture of her and Bridget, and another of her, her mother, Auntie Riri, Auntie Cece, and Bridget. Barry pulled out her chair. The wooden legs groaned across the floor, and she barely noticed. Her eyes had fallen to the small object on the table. This one, if you could highlight these two ones here. This one's a little awkward phrasing to me. I think I mentioned before, I really like the half-finished thoughts. I thought that was good. I like that. Her eyes had already fallen to the small object on the table, the data stick. It didn't belong here, nestled beside her gauntlets and goggles like a forgotten truth. Sleek, sharp, ancient. Yet, it seemed unmistakably Exian. Her chest tightened. Memories surged. Flashes of heat, fire, fractured metal. The crash, the smell of ozone and smoke. Her pulse quickened. Her hand curled into a fist. I'm not sure if memories surged or if memories surged sounds better. I know it's a memory of one particular event, and that's why you might have used memory. But memory surged. Maybe, I don't know. Sounds a little, I had to think about that. Her hand curled into a fist. Then, slam. Her fist struck the table. The sound snapped through the room, clean and final. She could have saved him. He'd been right there. Barry wanted to scream, shout so loud every ancestor heard her. But what good would that do? It wouldn't bring him back. Nothing could bring back the dead. She stared down at the data stick. Her mind wouldn't stop. What more could I have done? So there's the I here. If this is an internal thought, then it should be like this, where it's italicized, to show that's her eternal thought. But otherwise, it almost sounds like something the narrator's asking, what more could I have done? The ship had been ripping itself apart. She'd seen it. She'd felt it. Systems collapsing. The ship splitting. Oxygen hissing out. Still, the question lingered like smoke. Could Barry have done more? Perfect. Love it, love it. Her shoulders slumped. She had done everything right. She pulled the winged woman out from the ship, and after it exploded, her mother had arrived, helped bring the winged woman to the house. That had to count for something, didn't it? She inhaled, deep and slow. Then again. Barry didn't fail. Her track record was spotless. Her precision, unmatched. Barry Mintaka didn't make mistakes. Her eyes drifted up, tracing the lines in the ceiling wood grain like circuits, searched for distraction. I like that one. But her gaze found the red shelf above the table instead. Familiar books lined it, their spines worn, their contents memorized. All but one. One book she'd rarely opened. A tome she only ever read briefly every time. Volume 12, Histories and Legends of Sylvan Kind. Purple leather, gold lettering, dustless. Her fingers hesitated, then reached. There is sometimes periods being used. In Author Relic does the same thing. I pointed out to Author Relic. Sometimes there's a desire to make every sentence read very important. And so then you space it out like it's its own paragraph, which is a creative device. Some paragraphs are just a single sentence to make them really powerful and stand out. That's not technically wrong, but when you do it a lot like here, that is technically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 lines and 12 paragraphs. And then after that, we have another. And then we have here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Every time you do this indent, it's another paragraph. Yeah, you do it on instinct. So yeah, it's not something you have to fix, especially for drafting purposes. It could be something, if you don't want to fuss with it, that could be fixed by like a copy editor or like a close friend who's really good at line and copy editing. They would fix the formatting issue like that. It's just something to be aware of. Like, I didn't want to give you a critique and not mention it. So a lot of authors, they don't fix it. They leave it for a copy editor to technically fix this up a little bit better. If you don't like doing that tiny little grammar formatting fix, you can have other people do it. You made some edits to Student Body Sonata. That's awesome. Did I rather be famous instead? I'm about to go paint the town red. She's a polymath crafter, so blacksmith, seamstress, all the above. Oh, okay, wow. Lots of talent then, lots of talent. Oh, that's right, she made this dress she mentioned. You don't feel confident with your own words? Hey, sometimes that happens, and a lot of the writing craft is actually getting really comfortable with writing shitty words, right? I am a firm believer in a really shitty rough draft that is not pretty, where you don't choose pretty words. You're just getting the word vomit ideas out on the page. Because after that, then it's just editing. You never have to do good, strong words or good, strong storytelling the first draft. That normally comes out in multiple rounds of editing afterwards, where you just keep fixing it. You do rounds and rounds of fixing it until it looks all nice and polished. And then you just pretend, you did that naturally the first time. Okay, nice. Okay, so we'll see that. But yeah, I didn't want to be like, if like anyone else pointed out to you and be like, oh, well, Cryptid never mentioned it. Just to let you know, that's technically a formatting edit. I don't really say that you have to fix formatting too much, but just as a technicality, like, yeah, that could be fixed. And then reached. She flipped through half the book quickly and slowed. Something snagged her eye. Barry began to read, voice soft. Queen Artemis of Selene, a figure of unparalleled leadership in Exia's history, most known for her alliance of houses, and also her quest to find the fleece of Crius. The words blurred in and out of focus as her thoughts drifted. Strategic alliances, ancient wars, perseverance, triumph. Names she recognized, others she didn't. All the same, it was history, distant, measured. And then she saw it, the illustration. Queen Artemis, silver bow raised in defiance, and across from her... Oh, hello, thank you so much. Welcome to Cryptid Cult, I hope you have fun here. So, Queen Artemis, silver bow raised in defiance, and across from her, the Fëanor. Barry's breath caught. Her eyes locked on the figure across the battlefield, towering, drenched in scarlet armor, a black fur cloak flowing behind her like smoke. Skin a deep, powerful green. Crimson eyes, horns that curved like weapons, and the battle axe, gleaming, cruel, precise. Fuck. It's my second time reading this chapter. I think I would have remembered how to say this name. Quinthrith Bloodaxe. Hello. Can I just shorten you to Bob? Hello, Bob. Yeah, we are a editing stream. So, well, not just editing. I also do gameplay and reading and doing rough drafts live on stream. But yeah, okay, so Bob is good. Perfect. But yeah, if you have any of your own story time to submit, I call it story time, where I'm just here and I read parts from other people's writing. And I offer critique. I offer 1 to 2 pieces of critique if it's your first time here with us. And then if you're like a resubmitter, if you've submitted story time for critique a couple times, then I can give a bit more What's the word limit? It's not an exact word limit. I ask for a 3-page limit. I try to read around 3 pages worth for anyone. If you can submit longer, just be aware I might not read longer. Sometimes I do. Like this one is 12 pages. I have read this full chapter from Chatty Matty before. I think I broke it up into 2 parts last time, question mark, maybe. I might do the same here. I might do half of it, do some other people in the queue, and then finish it. But yeah, it's not like a word limit. I try to read a couple pages to get a sense of some things to critique. Not a story I'm working on, because that's about 3 pages so far. That sounds perfect. And yeah, it can be chapter outlines, it can be a rough draft, it could be a finished draft, and you have specific things you want me to critique on. All's good, all's fine. We also do scripts for storyboarding, anything like that. But yeah, it's in the Discord. There's a Discord link, and in the Discord there is a story submission section. The only rule is no spicy stuff. I get a little embarrassed reading spicy stuff. Hello, Penny. It's good to see you. I was actually talking about you earlier. Mash was here too. And I was telling Mash that we have to play all together again. So why'd you ping me for? Oh, I was mentioning I didn't know if you guys would be in when we started. If you're talking about Discord. I was like, oh, I don't know if they'll be in tonight to read their stories, because I saw you had stuff in story submissions. But I typically don't read anyone's story submission unless they're in chat. Like Chatty Matty's in chat right now, so I started reading Chatty Matty's. So I wasn't sure if you would be on. Like what mentioned, like, oh, I'll be on, but I'll be late. So I was like, oh, okay. Yes, you're here now. Yep, I can tell. So I'll probably read a few more pages of this, and then I'll see if it was what or you who were first in queue, and then I'll go to that, and I'll get you 2 done, and then I'll finish Chatty Matty's. Why am I not here? Oh, because you overslept. Yeah, it happens to the best of us. So let's get going then. We have a couple people already. Oh my goodness. So Quinthrith Bloodaxe. Barry stared. Fingers twitched slightly on the page. Then she saw her, an angelic figure in flight behind Queen Artemis. So she sees Queen Artemis, she sees Quinthrith Bloodaxe, and now she sees another figure behind Queen Artemis. An elegant, sleeveless purple gown with a translucent violet cape, peachy skin, white wings. Her hair was done in a loose braided ponytail. Barry read the words below, caught a single word. One word she'd read 1,000,000 times elsewhere, but somehow here it carried more weight. Nabiel, a mythic race, or so Barry believed. Similar to the Elathua, winged. But according to legend, the Nabiel weren't Silva like the Elathua were. Okay, so this is a lot of different races. We have the new race we've just been introduced to, the Nabiel. Then it's similar to the Elathua, who we as the reader, since this is just chapter 2, aren't quite familiar with, but we're like, okay, so they're similar. But then we have the third one. So, but according to legend, the Nabiel weren't Silva like the Elathua were. So this is 3 kind of back to back you're showing to the readers, and maybe just 1 or 2 at a time would be a little bit steadier. But I'll keep going. Maybe it's a little better. Yet somehow what caught her attention most wasn't the fact the Nabiel was in the illustration. No, the Nabiel here, she looked almost like... Barry's ears pricked up. Footsteps. She snapped her book shut, alert. Her body tensed, instinct sharpening. She didn't know this rhythm. Too heavy to be her mother, too cautious to be Aunt Riri, too steady to be Auntie Cece. She walked like she was an anxious guard puppy. Too calm for Bridget, whose steps always carried a spark of mischief. The footsteps stopped just beyond her door. Then a knock. Please excuse my intrusion. Are you available for discussion? The voice was light, clear, delicately detached, as though it floated just above the world. Barry jolted upright, towel slipping slightly from her damp hair. Yeah, I am. Just a moment. Her voice wavered, tight with sudden awareness. Her eyes darted across the room, tools and scraps scattered like metal confetti, a half-disassembled circuit board teetering on the edge of the desk. Her gaze fell on the white gown draped over her bed, and her chest tightened. "Are you well? You sound, perhaps flustered," the voice said again, gentle, curious. Barry's cheeks warmed. She pressed a hand to her forehead, willing herself to focus. "No, I'm fine," she said, tone controlled but firm. "Just caught off guard. That's all." She reached for the dress, her movements precise, deliberate. The garment settled over her shoulders, soft and familiar, shaping to her body with a fluid elegance. She drew the gold armbands up her biceps, feeling the cool metal press snugly against her skin. The sleeves of the gown hung in gentle folds, moving like liquid with every breath. The descriptions improved a lot. I remember last time, because I am a seamstress, I'm like, oh, I was like, some of the descriptions were a little wonky. But here, this so far makes a lot of sense. "I'm fine," she repeated, her voice steadier now, measured. "Just getting dressed." A pause, then the voice, calm as ever. "I do not understand your concern. Are we not both females?" Barry froze for a fraction, assessing the question. She exhaled slowly, grounding herself. She wanted to say it wasn't simple, but the words caught in her throat. "It's okay, you don't have to, really," she managed, hoping she didn't sound like a whiny child. She fastened her gold belt, careful, deliberate. This reads kind of out of context. She's saying it's okay, you don't have to, but I'm not sure to what. Her legs slid into the gold sandals, straps winding neatly around her calves. She flexed her toes, feeling the cool leather conform, grounding herself to the physical reality of the moment. She took a breath, another. Then she went forward and pressed the door's unlock panel. The lock clicked. The hiss of the door opening echoed softly, and light spilled into the room. Barry looked up, and her breath caught. There she was, the same figure from the night before. And from Barry's. That being Barry had dragged from the wreckage. This also seems like a sentence that got missed out. She's saying you don't have to understand, basically. Okay. Sorry, taking a quick sippy. Oof. My brain stopped mid-thought. Lovely. It happens to the best of us. That's what critique time's for. So I'll probably finish soon, and then we'll switch to somebody else. The being Barry had dragged from the wreckage. Up close, the word angel didn't even begin to cover it. Silvery hair flowed like liquid moonlight, woven into a delicate braid that framed her heart-shaped face. Wait, hold on. I don't like this part of my lo-fi. Soft bangs brushed her glowing peach skin, while her silvery blue eyes shimmered, not from coldness, but with depth. She was barefoot. Her long white robes kissed the floor as she moved, wide sleeves swaying gently. Large, downy wings curled around her shoulders like a shield, or a comfort. Barry could only stare in awe and disbelief. The angel tilted her head slightly and bowed, her movements fluid and graceful. "Thank you for rescuing me. You have my eternal gratitude." Barry's heart thudded painfully in her chest. The air around them felt heavier, warmer. She blinked, struggling to speak. I'm just glad you're okay," she managed. Her eyes dropped, unable to hold that gaze for long. "You needed help, and I was there. I wasn't going to let you die." Barry hesitated, shame curling up like smoke inside her. "I'm sorry about your partner, though. I couldn't save him." The angel stepped forward, placing a gentle hand on Barry's shoulder. Her touch was warm, gentle, but solid, present. There were no apologies necessary, she said softly. Lunarium was aware of the dangers, as was I. Barry repeated the name, tasting the sound on her tongue. Such a strange name. Barry, your full name I cannot say. Barry's over here judging people's names. I'm kidding. Just a strange name. Even with the being's reassurance, guilt gnawed at the edges of her. The explosion, the fire, the way she'd been flung back, powerless to help. She'd never seen a ship like that before. So advanced, so alien. Wait, are you talking to me or are you talking to Barry? Because sometimes a lot of people do actually struggle with a cryptid. I had to sometimes give the official Cryptid Roots email to people for businessy stuff. We do contracts and stuff. I have collabs, and we do a lot of businessy things with it. So a lot of people had to sometimes pay to the PayPal, to the Cryptid Roots email, or stuff like that. And oh my goodness. I always send them like, oh yeah, just go to the Cryptid Roots email. But then I always say, okay, how about, like, sometimes people want to be like, oh, is it the PayPal attached to the email? And I'm like, yes, but how about you send $1 first? Because a lot of people keep mistyping it. They'll do like an extra R, or they'll drop a letter, or they do an I instead of a Y. So they'll do something crazy because they don't know what cryptids are, right? So they don't understand Cryptid Roots. Sometimes they try to say the payments to like these wrong, made-up, misspelled emails, and I'm like, nope, you're gonna send $1 first, and once I confirm you sent it to the right account, then you can send the full payment. Don't be fucking around with hundreds of dollars here, please no. But they're like, yeah, did you make that up? Is that like, what does that mean? Is it like a pun off cryptic? And I'm like, no, cryptids are they're like a thing. So that's a funny. Yeah, if you guys ever have like funny or wonky names, be prepared for that. But then the being's thumb moved slowly along her shoulder in a comforting circle, and Barry's thoughts stilled. It is all right, she said again. Do not carry the weight of things you could not control. Barry looked up into her eyes that held sorrow, but also forgiveness. Then a loud gurgle. Barry's stomach betrayed her. Of course, Barry. Good job. Forgot to eat. Again. Let's talk in the kitchen, Barry offered. The being nodded, stepping aside with elegant ease. Barry brushed past her, every nerve alight. She led them down the hall, the soft clack of sandals on stone mingling with the faint creak of wooden beams above. The warm scent of home lingered in the air, cinnamon, cedar, and the faintest trace of her mother's favorite incense. So I think this is... how many pages is that? Okay, yeah, that's the first couple of pages. Oh, you feel that? I give wonky emails sometimes. So this is the first part. Once we finish everyone else's submissions, then we can come back and finish this one because I want to make sure everyone can get covered tonight. But for the first half, first of all, absolutely, I did notice multiple sections where I'm like, oh yeah, I remembered there was an issue here, and I'm reading it now, and I'm like, oh, I don't see that same issue anymore. Even like some of them I forgot what the issue was. Like there was something with the clothing, and I'm like, oh, that doesn't quite make sense, and I didn't get it that time. I'm like, oh yeah, the clothing sounds good. Like I definitely already just in the first half of this chapter feel like, oh yeah, like the stuff is better here. I definitely, some of those things didn't jump out at me as much. I mentioned the technical editing part. Let me go out. Okay, this part. For the towel scene. Well, let's see here. So we still have those kind of like what I call the, oh my god, what do you call the thingamajigs, where it's, do you guys know in anime when the anime has female characters but it's definitely more targeted for the male gaze? So we have scenes that could, sometimes we can have shower scenes or sex scenes, and again, the male gaze versus the female gaze, etc., is sometimes a tough thing to juggle. It's something that's easier to tell once you see it. So you can have like a character in a shower scene, right? And that's not necessarily um for the male gaze. You can have that scene and it's for the female gaze, right? You could have that scene and it's just a neutral gaze, right? Hannibal. Hannibal is a TV show that has a lot of murder, and also sometimes the murder victims are nude. And Hannibal has been praised. Hannibal TV series has been praised because even though there are dead female characters that are nude on screen, um, they handle it really well. People are like, oh, I normally hate when they show like dead female corpses for the male gaze or something like that. This one never did it. It felt very not male gazy whenever it was showing the corpses of women, and a lot of people talk about how they did that with the camera angles and the cinematography and the writing, and there's a lot of notes for it. So I'm saying like it's not like, oh, it's just a shower scene, that's male gaze. But it also could be that there's a balance here. I was trying to be less from the male gaze, but I'm not a female, so it's harder. Yeah, I get you. Oh, and what's even saying like fan service? Yeah, not necessarily, because you can have fan service for the girls. I would say Arcane also has a shower scene, right? It had a shower scene with Caitlyn, but a lot of people joke, right? Like, oh, they had a lot of sexy scenes that were for the girls, right? It was for the female gaze. It was for the lesbians, right? We had a lot of stuff for the lesbians in Arcane. A lot of the lesbians are like, yeah, let's go. So in this, we do have technically a shower scene. It's only, let's see, from here. And it does have a description I like. It does show a little bit of Barry's personality here, right? She says that she likes these changes her body can pick up because they're measurable, they're calculable. I do like that. It is a really cool personality tidbit. And wait, I was thinking like, oh, it should be highlighted. Oh, maybe it wasn't highlighted. I don't know how stuff works. Anyway. So you were trying to be less male gazy. I will say it still reads slightly, and maybe I could point out what changes you did if I had the two comparison back to back, but I feel in my heart that this is slightly different. I feel like it's been edited a bit. Is it still a little bit male gazy? It reads like that to me. It's still, to me as a female reader, I'd be like, oh, okay, this feels like it's written by a guy, and it feels like for not quite any plot purposes, we're seeing her in the shower and describing we're having words like her damp skin, the soft fabric press. She's hugging this towel. Steam still clung. It's warm and sticky. She liked it. Solid, familiar. Her hair's still wet. Like, there's just some words where I'm like, okay, was it? So yeah, I can already tell that because it did feel less male gazy for me. So if you were looking for that, if you were like, oh, it's been edited, did I get closer? I do feel it's closer. I do feel like it's better. Is there still some things that make me feel a little bit like, it's a little male gazy. It's a little bit there. I would say for the male gaze, there's a two-parter. There's word choice. There's the way we're describing stuff. And I highlighted some of those things of like, here's why it sounds a little male gazy. The other part is plot, because we can have things happening for the plot. So for plot purposes, I'm like, this doesn't feel like it's plot relevant yet, but we're just seeing Barry in the shower wrapped up in a towel, and she's going to be naked just in a towel for about half of this chapter until she gets changed. Not half, maybe like a third. And I'm like, is there a plot purpose for that? And I do like that we get this personality for the something of the measurable, the calculable. I do like some of it. I would say if you want to keep the scene in, and you absolutely could, make it a little bit of a stronger scene. And if it has reasons, if it has personality to it, then it feels more important and less just male gazy fan service, right? So she later on she's punching things in her room, right? She has a singular punch, which I think you could actually make her a little bit more aggressive. wash away the previous events in a way. But this is the next day, right? This is the next morning. So she rescued the person yesterday in the evening on her way home. This is the next morning. Am I right? Am I getting my timeline right? I could be wrong. Full disclosure, I could be wrong. So if she did need to wash away stuff, like if she felt guilty and traumatized, she might be washing sooner. She might have been washing immediately after the scene. So it might have been the same night. If this is for the next morning to like set the tone, which it could be, right? It's totally fine to have the shower scene the next morning, which is where it's at currently, and do all that. But if we want it to not feel as male gazy, I would say make her do more things in it rather than just be hot and in a towel and looking sexy. Unless she passes out in the bath. Oh, are you saying like she could have been in the bath yesterday and then she's waking up and she's taking a shower again? I mean, she could, but dear God, she's lucky she didn't drown. Sorry. I was gonna say like she could have that punch scene, the punching the wall, punching the tiles, having her freak out. She could be having that in the shower. She could actually be punching the tiles. She could be like being mad at herself because she couldn't save somebody. She could be like trying to calm down, but then her heart rate's picking up because she's imagining that flashback trauma of like somebody like being exploded and killed in front of her and was essentially a giant ship bomb. I know it's not like technically a bomb, but you know, like when things exploded, it's kind of like a bomb going off in front of you, right? She could absolutely be like trying to freak out, and that's her doing stuff. Oh, hello and welcome to the Cryptid cult. I hope you enjoy it here. Have fun. But she could be having, and when the camera angle, so I'm gonna put this in terms of visually, the written media versus visual media is different. There is stuff that we can do in one media that you can't do in another, but just as a comparison for when you guys are struggling with, okay, why is this scene coming across a way I don't mean to? Sometimes it's easier to view it in another medium. In an anime or in a TV show, if we just have a shot of a hot young lady in a towel being drenched in the shower or whatever, right? And then nothing else happens, and then they leave, and then the plot stuff happens. We as the audience are like, oh, okay, that's just the fan service, right? Somebody said earlier, it's the fan service moment. And we're like, yeah, okay. And if it's not a fan servicey type show, then it can be a little jarring because you're like, oh, it's like a fan servicey type show. And it's like, no, the rest of this is actually like super serious and plot relevant. They just also throw in shots of fan service, right? Because nothing happened in it besides the character looking hot. If you do things with the character that give them personality, that give them the actor, then it's like, oh yeah, it's a serious part of the plot that just so happens to be happening while they're in the shower or while they're getting out of the shower. So that's why I said, like, you could do stuff here that gives her more personality. She could be doing the punching. She could be like hating on herself. She could be frustrated with herself. She could be like making her hands bleed because she punched the tile so much and then the water washes away the blood, right? She could be, like you said, like she's trying to wash out the past stuff that happened. She could be getting the suit out of her hair. She could be getting like things out. There could be like metally bits and cuts that she's trying to scrape away at. Her doing stuff, and then suddenly, rather than just appearing as for the male gaze, now it's like, no, this is a really intimate moment for the readers, seeing how traumatic and how frustrated she is and how this is all kind of bubbling up for her. And it'll be a really intimate look into that. And then that's the more artsy way, that's the more either gender neutral or female gaze, quote unquote, point of view, right? It's rather than, oh yeah, here's a hot lady and she's in a towel. That feels like for the male gaze. So that's a really good way to view it, instead of like, is my character doing something? Is this revealing something to the audience? In which case, then we typically don't say like, oh yeah, that's for the male gaze. The male gaze is strictly, we are just showing you something hot, and we're winking at the camera a little bit, like, yeah, this is hot. That's typically what the male gaze is. It's not plot relevant, but we want to see something sexy. So I will say this 100% has improved, but it sounded like you were struggling with it. Like, how do I make it better? I'm still struggling with this because I'm not a woman, but I'm writing this female character. That would be my advice here. Double check your word choice. Again, like the warm and sticky, the steam is clinging to her, the soft fabric pressing into her damp skin. Her chest steadying her. So double check your word choice, if it could be too sexy, and then think of the scene as a whole. Again, you could technically cut it. It's not super, super plot relevant, but I could see what you want. It's a good scene to start at. It has this nice bit of character for her here. I think just to get rid of that one little error, which was the male gaze that you're struggling with. Going harder in on making this plot relevant, showing who Barry is, showing what Barry's struggling with when she's alone, when she's dealing with her shower thoughts. That would be the way to get the scene I think you're trying for. So one, I hope that helps. But absolutely, you've already done the work to improve it, and I do see that. And then two, I feel like I had another one. Hold on, I just need to go down and read it. Man, god damn it, what was it? This is why I had to highlight stuff as I go. Literally shower thoughts. I also tried moving her away from childish to more flustered. That's right, you did want me to check that. So I haven't finished it yet. So there is that. I feel like this part was okay. Oh, the other thing. Hold on, I remember. Okay, so the... Fuck, what was the angel character's name? No. The angel character says, "It is all right. Do not carry the weight of things you could not control." Right? So that's a big moment. I keep wanting to call her Lunarian, but she's not. But anyway, the angel character has this moment with Barry. Sunreal, thank you so much. So Sunreal says, "Do not carry the weight of things you could not control." We know Barry is struggling with this. She just had somebody she tried to save. She was right there in front of the dude, and she could not. She's struggling with this guilt. And it seems earlier you do have the... Let me go back to the book scene. What was in the book? Okay. So here she says, "And after the explosion, stuff happened. Barry didn't fail. Her track record was spotless. Her precision unmatched." Oh, hydrate or dihydrate. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Ajuna. Here's your sippy. Today I'm having a little treat. Hello, Ajuna. I'm having a little treat, though. I've been doing really good the past few days of just drinking water. Today I have a little treat, and I'm drinking some Sprite. I want a little bit of soda. So it seems to me, I'm going to guess, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. I'm going to guess this seems related back to Barry's trauma with her father. Her father was a really, really big deal. She is struggling as a character, as a person, to live up to her father, to grow up in the shadow. There's these family dynamics at play. She feels like she needs to be perfect in order to feel like she has possibly the love or is deserving of the love of her father, who is not here, because he was such a great figure to everyone in this town and in this world. Yes, her perfectionism comes from her wanting to live up to her dad. Okay, and I'm going to guess that that's going to be a theme in the book of her learning to not feel guilty about stuff. Her learning to not hold everything so tight to her chest and feel like she's responsible for everything. And this angel here is even telling you, like, hey, don't feel guilty for stuff you can't control, right? I'm gonna guess that's gonna be part of a character arc for her, right? I'll let you say anything, but I'm gonna guess like these are some really nice tidbits of character here that we're having for Barry. And you're saying it's perfectionism. It's wanting to be ambitious with the stuff she is good at. She wants to be, she's the top engineer person at her job. She's getting this super important contract for a relative of royalty. She has some really important stuff going on because she is so ambitious, because she's so perfectionist. Yes, it comes to a head later in the book. Okay, so knowing that, now that you've shown that, right? As a writer to writer, I would suggest, since that is going to be part of her character arc, she is struggling with it, right? She is struggling. Why couldn't she do more? Why couldn't she do this? I would almost think it would hit harder for here. Hold on, let me I'm saying things off the cuff. Hold on. She had done everything right. That had to count for something, didn't it? Barry didn't fail. Her track record was spotless, her precision unmatched. Barry Montaka didn't make mistakes. I would think for a character who is... Let me find the words. Who is really aware. Who's really aware that stuff, that she wants to be perfect. She is struggling to be perfect. I would think rather than Barry Montaka didn't make mistakes, she as a character, as part of a flaw, should be hyper aware of her mistakes. She should be aware of every flaw. So I don't really think Barry Montaka didn't make mistakes. From a perfectionist, perfectionists very rarely think that. They notice every mistake. They notice things as mistakes that aren't even mistakes, right? People will be like, no, it actually looks better because you did it that way. And a perfectionist will tear themselves apart because they're like, no, but it was even better in my head. It was supposed to be this way. It was supposed to be this. They will tear themselves apart. So here in this scene, we have Barry beating herself up, right? She's slamming her fist. She's so mad. What good would that do? It wouldn't bring him back. Nothing could bring back the dead, right? That's such a strong character point. And now we're realizing the connection as a reader between her seeing this guy die and her feeling responsible, and her not necessarily responsible, but her feeling guilty for her dad dying. We're getting the connection as readers. Like, yeah, this is a strong connection. What more could I have done? She'd felt it. Could Barry have done more? So rather than she had done everything right, I would be like, could she have been faster? Should she have pulled him? Should she have pulled him out of the ship sooner? Could she have just yanked on his arm just a little bit? Could she have warned? Did she notice? A perfectionist would be going back, and rather than saying she had done everything right, Barry Montaka didn't make mistakes. A perfectionist would be like, it felt like she always made mistakes. It felt like she could have done this faster. She could have done this sooner. She should have smelled the smoke. Could she have disabled something to keep the machine from exploding? And then when this is a low moment for a character here, right? This is great stuff for early in the book. This is fantastic. When she is low, then it's this literal angelic looking creature then tells her, no apologies necessary. And do not carry the weight of things you could not control. And I feel like that could be a line that really, that one, maybe she is important to Barry, but that, like you said, she's gonna be spending most of the book trying to take that advice. It's gonna come in later. We had to go through a whole character arc to do it. But yeah, just to really make that strong line you have of do not carry the weight of things you could not control. Barry, in the beginning, in this earlier pages, should absolutely be thinking, oh, I could have done something. I absolutely could have done something. This is my fault. I am to blame for that dude dying. This is 100% a fatality caused by Barry. I was going the denial route because she tries avoiding stuff too when she feels overwhelmed. Strong connections. And then the other line that echoes through the trilogy with her is, would Dad be proud of me too? Okay, so it's the Her dead dad, she's trying to live up to his image and be someone he would be proud of, which is a hard thing because she never knew him, right? He is not there. He is dead. He was dead since he was a baby. That is a race she'll pursue forever if she lets herself. And then this perfectionism trait of blaming herself and never feeling good enough with all the amazing things she does. So yeah, rather than feeling like, oh yeah, she saved one of these people, she should absolutely be like, it was my fault. It was my fault. The other person died. And I think that would make this little thread you have stand out more. But yeah, and she also tries avoiding stuff. So maybe even if she tries avoiding stuff, those bad thoughts are still in your head, but yeah, she might try avoiding it when she's talking with people. She might try avoiding the angel. So if she tries avoiding stuff, hold on, let me go back to that scene. So the angel says, it's all right, do not carry the weight of things you could not control. So here, she might want to suddenly run away, right? She might not want to confront it. She might want to get out of this conversation. Even though this is a really hot angel lady, she might be like, I am out of here. Mentally, Barry is checked out. Not just checking her out, she is checked out. She does not want to be here. She wants to avoid talking about accountability or not accountability. So a loud gurgle, Barry's stomach betrayed her. Then as she mentions that, like, oh, her stomach grumbling is like a bad thing. It's like betraying her. Maybe her stomach grumbling is like a good thing. Maybe she's thankful. She's like, oh yeah, let's go to the kitchen. Do you want anything to eat? Please, let's talk about anything else other than my queer panic and my guilt over your friend dying. So maybe she'd even be thankful. If you want to lean into the fact that she's avoidant, that she avoids things. Alex better actually, hey, always happy to help. But yeah, and just because I have an idea too, sometimes it's even if it works better, it might still not feel the flavor that you want for a story, because flavors, as writers, we have flavors that we want for a story. So it's like, yeah, that technically would work, but is that the right vibe? And it's totally fine to like knock down ideas too, right? Like, yeah, that fixes it, but it's not the right flavor. But they're just ideas, right? We're spitballing here. We're helping each other out. So that is the first half of the chapter 2 edit. And she nopes out of socializing for a week. yeah. See, so yeah, when you have really strong things like this, it's really cool to look back and realize, oh, I really want to highlight her avoidance, her guilt, her perfectionism problems, her this, her that, right? And make those things stand out. Now we're going back through and we're combing through things of like, okay, we already have the little seeds here. How do we make those seeds stand stronger? How do we make these grow into a stronger thing? So you already have like a really good a base for it, but I think like little tweaks here and there would really help. And I really hope that having that stronger scene here is now with the shower will make it the scene that you envision in your head where you're like, yeah, I'm not meaning it in an anime pervy way. I'm not meaning it in a what did we say earlier? Fan service way. I'm meaning it in this artsy way of like she's trying to wash off the damage and the dust literally of what happened to her. How do I convey that? So I hope me walking through that helped. And giving you some ideas. After that week, Barry basically makes out with Ohi in front of everyone. Socially awkward. Barry is struggling. She's going to be going through a lot of stuff here. She's going to be riding a lot of highs and lows. Oh, fees. Okay. But that is the first part of chapter 2. Thank you for submitting it. And hey, I'm glad not just you, but hey, also your mentors think that I'm not completely full of bullshit. So with that, we will switch on over to the next person. Let's see who was next. The first one is actually MSM. If MSM is still here, then hey, we can go ahead and do yours. I'm gonna get that set up. And then if MSM is not here, then... Oh, wait. Or is it what? Wait, shit. MSM or what? Okay, that's right, because somebody new put it in. Okay, edit 2 of the sleeping cure. Okay, so it's what or MSM? I already said MSM, so I'll go ahead and load that one up. Hello, Bob. Yeah. But yeah, I'll see if I can fix it, or at least fix some parts. I'll still be here. Yeah, no problem. And hey, sometimes with edits too, I never want to make you guys feel rushed that you have to edit stuff before you resubmit it too. Sometimes things can be like, yeah, I hear some edits, now I need to like sit back for a little. I need to like absorb some stuff. I need to let that percolate in the back of my brain for a while before I start tackling some things. What is here? Okay, so I'm not seeing MSM, but what is here? So let's go ahead and get what's up as well. Sorry, I think I only scrolled up 2, but what was actually here earlier? What was the third up? That's why I'm like, I need to figure out a nicer way to have everything kind of set up in a ring. That way I can see like who's here, who's ready for their critique, who's next in line for critique. I think technically the oldest one now is Dusk, but Dusk isn't always here all the time. So I'm like, oh, I don't know when Dusk will be online for critique. I highlighted a steamy scene for you to skip. Okay, so the highlight... Okay, so we skipped this part. Thank you for highlighting it. Thank you for the warning. That was my sippy. So first off, again, I'm not a super technical line or formatting editor, but just as aware for reading purposes that there should probably be paragraphs right here. It might be like when you format it over to Google Docs and submit it to me, might have gotten rid of your paragraphs, but in general it's a little easier to read it when there are more distinct paragraphs and spacing. Do you apologize for the rhyme? This is the original version of the crime drama, and that's fine. I only mention it not in the fact that you did anything wrong for submitting. I just feel like, oh, if I don't mention it, and what if some of my raccoons don't know about it, then they'll be like, oh, Cryptid didn't mention this, so my formatting must be fine. I just mentioned, so like, hey, you know, a little hot tip, just so you're aware, there needs to be formatting fixes in the future. But otherwise, we'll go ahead. The Great War. The war to end all wars, they called it. A gallant effort to put down tyranny. A gallant effort. Is it gallant or is it gallant? Hold on. You got sidetracked for a slide. Gallant. Define. Question of their behavior? Heroic. Yeah, okay, so... Oh, it also can mean like a little flirty thing too. So what am I thinking when I say, in my head, I'm thinking of valiant. Serif font. Oh, am I thinking of a font? That is so interesting. I thought it was gallant. So that's just, okay, that shows you my bias right there. That's why I always say I'm not the best copier or individual word editor. Sometimes Cryptid's wrong about stuff too. I thought it was gallant instead of gallant for the word you were looking for, and I got them mixed around. So hey, that is a new thing for Cryptid to learn today. A gallant effort to put down tyranny. Fancy words they used to lure young men into a foolish brigade. All to avenge a man that many folks had never heard of, or to get payback for a boat the Germans sank. Join the army fight for your country posters were plastered throughout the city, inspiring many of us black men to volunteer to fight in the war. Some signed up with the hope of being a war hero, would finally trump the racism and the discrimination that we all faced. I signed up with the hope of escaping the city once and for all. Jackson McKee, height 6'0", weight 208 pounds, from Dalton City. Is that correct? The army doctor asked, peering over his glasses. I responded with a nod before he scribbled something down, and with a half smile he said, "Welcome to the United States Army." Boop. When the day came for us to receive our orders, I was placed in a combat unit and was to ship out to England and then to France. The unit I was placed in was under the command of the French, as none of the American sergeants there wanted anything to do with our unit. When we got to our trench, we were greeted by the worn-out and depressed look from the others in our unit. In our unit. In our unit. Combat unit. And the unit. So in the last few lines, it does repeat the unit or in our unit a couple times. I know you said this is the original version, right? Word vomit, that's absolutely fine. But just something to be aware of for the future. Like, hey, double check for too often repeating words or phrases. An older gentleman stood up and asked, "How old are you boys?" With general answers being 20 or 19 amongst us. The man sat down with a saddened look and exclaimed, "Their placements keep getting younger and younger." In between the puff of his cigarettes, another guy stood up in a thick Louisiana accent. I'm not going to do a Louisiana accent. I'm not going to do it well. Don't mind him. LB been fighting this war now for a year now. I'm Claude. I would later find out that LB had enlisted with the British Army and had lost almost the entire battalion twice in charges into enemy territory. That night I was held awake by thunderous booms of the artillery that shook the mud and rattled my bones with each shot. Out of the darkness, LB whispered, "You'll get used to it, son, and soon you'll find that noise to be a comfort," before tilting his helmet back down and going to sleep. A few weeks passed, and I found myself waking up in the infirmary, bruised and bandaged. I stared at the ceiling, lost in thought about my unit, about what happened on the battlefield. Suddenly, I was pulled back to reality by a soft voice. "I'm glad to finally see you awake. You've been touch and go for a while now," the nurse said gently as she wrote something on a clipboard. I noticed she looked drained, but she didn't let that bother her. I guess she had seen her own horrors being a nurse. I shifted myself in a grand effort to sit up. She all but tossed the clipboard as she grabbed me. No, you can't be doing that just yet. Your wounds haven't healed enough yet." Our eyes met in that instant. It was the first glimpse of something more than mud and blood that I saw in that trench. She picked the clipboard up and pressed her hand again inside mine and said, "My name is Evelyn, and I'm your nurse, and you need to rest, Jackson." Through our chats, I learned that I ended up in an infirmary in England, and there were rumors that Germany was close to surrendering. As my wounds slowly healed, our time together increased. I would laugh at how her accent would make my last name sound funny. It would hurt like hell to laugh, but it's better than nothing. On the days she didn't work, I would try to hobble my ass to the courtyard so I could impress her with my ability to walk again. So, who was your dialect coach? The Minions. What is that from? But because it seems like it's a quote. I don't know where the quote's from, but I'm like, what a great line to say to somebody. You're right, it wasn't Deadpool. It was the Deadpool and Wolverine movie, right? Oh my god, wait, how did I forget that? Oh. I love that movie. Okay. Oh, hello. Welcome back, MSM. Yeah, I didn't hear from you, so I went over to what? But then you can be next. And this is, we're already like almost halfway through, so we're fine. So just as a quick note, and again, it's because you said it was a rough draft. It was just getting the ideas out. That is absolutely fine. This is just a note for future writing. So I think a lot of this is in past tense. It would hurt like hell to laugh. But then sometimes you change the tense, but it's better than nothing. If this was still in past tense, it would be, but it was better than nothing. So having the, when you go to make a round of edits, right, and we're doing the later edits, like for the paragraphs, for this, for adding the quotation marks where you need them, that's just another thing. Like, choose a tense, and you have to be consistent with it. My ability to walk again. I would lay back down with the waving thought. Could this even work? How would this even work? Me a black man and her a white woman. I would be lynched and made an example out of if we dare go to the States. I don't even know what it's like in England with that kind of relationship. On one of her off days, I hobbled to the courtyard to find a man sitting in the spot I normally would catch my breath at, flipping a lighter. So this is a longer sentence. As I sit next to him to catch my breath. He looks at me, smirks with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, and says, "You look like hell. By the way, name's Harry Sullivan, mate." Harry was a pilot who was in the infirmary after being shot down. As we laughed and joked, a frustrated voice appeared from thin air. "Harry, you know you're not supposed to be smoking your condition." Harry quit back. "It's not even lit yet." The voice shifted in tone to a shocked one. "Jackson, you shouldn't be out of bed." To my surprise, Evelyn wasn't off work today, but came in later than expected, and before I could plead my case to her. Harry had zipped off, now holding the cigarette. "Seems you're in bigger trouble than me." Her concern for me being out of bed felt more than a nurse and a patient. "Jackson, don't do this again. Anything could have happened to you with no one around." I reassured her that I was fine, and I wanted to surprise her with my progress. I stumbled, and she quickly wrapped her arms around me. Evelyn quickly turned her head so that I wouldn't notice that she had begun blushing at our current predicament. Evelyn assisted me to my cot, and as our eyes met again, and there was a quiet pause between us, she smiled, gave me a kiss on the cheek, and said, "Good night, Jackson." The next morning, I woke to Harry sitting next to me reading a newspaper. The moment he realized I was up, he perked up like a schoolgirl, eager for information. "So what's going on between you and Nurse Evelyn, mate?" I began to put his questions down with a firm nothing, but he wouldn't take that as an answer. Harry then tried to give me advice in a way only Harry could. "Well, come on now. I've seen the way you two look at each other. Trust me, mate. Tell her and go from there. That has granted me many affairs with women that I shouldn't have been involved with." I finally gave in to Harry's words of wisdom and told him I'll tell her tonight. That night I got up and walked around the corner and waited for her. When it was time for her to do the rounds, she was shocked to see me in the hallway. Before she could ask me why I was in the hallway, I told her. "Evelyn, I can't stop thinking about you, the way your eyes reflect hope through the horrors they've seen, the cute way you get frustrated when your accent makes American things sound funny. Can't stop thinking about how I feel when I'm with you. Evelyn, Before I could get the words out, Evelyn had hugged me. "I know, Jackson, it took you long enough." So I'm gonna kiss. So this has been a few weeks. So he's just gone over there. A few weeks passed. So he was only active duty for a few weeks. I'm gonna guess maybe a month. Probably not multiple months, because if it was multiple months, you would have measured by months, not just like. So I'm guessing like 3 to 4 weeks. He was military. Then he's been in the infirmary. They're saying the time passed, but it's not really mentioning too long, just as time passed. So I'm gonna guess again, it's probably just been a few weeks. That's if you, and that could be wrong. You as the writer could have something else intended, but as the reader of the current thing, that's what I'm inferring. That's what my gut is. It's probably been a few weeks that he's then met Nurse Evelyn. So then spicy stuff happens. We're gonna skip it. By this point, the war had been over for a couple weeks, and I've been deemed fit to return home. Evelyn would be told by Harry that they shipped out the men that were fit to return home that morning, and that I had no choice in the matter. I would double check that, because this one seems like it's historical, right? It seems like it's historical based. And one of the things with historical stuff is sometimes readers assume things, so I'm saying what my assumption is. And does that assumption mean it's right? No, right? There's a lot of crazy wonky stuff that happened historically that readers wouldn't believe until they look it up. Make a name for myself. Yeah. What was I saying? Fuck. Oh, so I was gonna say, I feel like if he was fit to return home, so he's relatively good. He's relatively not actively dying. He's not seriously injured. If he wanted to stay now that the war's over, I feel like maybe he could have, or he could have hid and they would have been like, "Yeah, I don't know where he is." And he could have either hid or they might just let him stay. I feel like there was a lot of after a war, when the war's over, you have some choices on where you go. You don't have a lot of choices when you're active military, because then otherwise they'll consider you AWOL. They'll be like, hey, wait, that person ran out on us. They joined the other side. They're not doing their active military duty. Then you're AWOL. But once the war's over, they're like, eh. That's what my gut is telling me. Is that correct? Maybe not. Probably not. Who knows? So I would say, like, that might be something you have to research and see, like, would they actually yoink him against his will and make him go back? So the reunion. So now this is another section. As I stopped in front of the stoop of the apartment in awe, as everything still looked the same. The firm knock at the door, it swung open, and I was grabbed and pulled inside. The room was filled with screams and tears, as constricted by the arms of my mother and twin sister. What took you so long to get out of the hospital? My sister Jasmine pondered. I asked how they knew I was in the hospital. Through the tears, my mother cut me short. A man named Claude came by and told us that you were alive, but wounded very badly. He also left a letter for you. Or left a letter. After all the tears and celebration, I went to my room, sat on my bed, and kicked off the worn-out army boots that I still been wearing and read Claude's letter. Which one's Claude? So the problem with just highlighting it is that this is still going to be on a YouTube video, and I don't want YouTube to be mad at me for showing I haven't read how spicy it is. So I'm like, shit. So I'm trying to skip through things fast. Okay, so Claude is the Louisiana guy that he was in unit with, and Harry Sullivan is the one he was in the hospital with. Okay. I didn't Google that, but most of the hospital storyline has been scrapped. So wait, so most of the stuff I just read has been scrapped, or like some other stuff has been scrapped? I just went to take a sippy and I absolutely missed part of my mouth. Oh my god. I'm fucking disgusting. That was the only one, but it was nothing but a fade to black. What, the thingy? I don't know. So yeah, I might have to make some rules in the future. Like, hey, if there's spicy stuff you don't want, maybe instead of highlighting it, because then I'm like, oh, YouTube's gonna pick up on it. Maybe it just shouldn't be inserted. I don't know. I had to think about stuff. As I read more and more and give more and more critiques, I'm like, shit, I had to I had to fix the format for how this is done. The Evelyn storyline. The Evelyn storyline has been scrapped. Okay. So Jasmine's there, so Claude sent the letter. Dear Jackson, I hope you're reading this in better shape than when I dragged your ass in. I managed to track down LB's family in Pennsylvania to pay my respects and tell them about the hero he was. Turns out LB stood for Lawrence Butler. We all would have lost that bet. So this is mentioning stuff that was not mentioned in the first half. So it sounds like Claude was guilty of something that got a lot of them hurt or killed. I think now LB's dead. She probably would be reused in the fantasy story. That's fine. Yeah, that's a lot of writers do. We take things out, but we still like some of it, so we use it for something else. That's fine. So if most of the Evelyn story is out, I'm assuming then we're just dealing with the war opening, right? He went to war and got injured and has now come back. In which case, and now here. But then, yeah, there's stuff happening here that was not mentioned in the original. If you ever need to reach out, I'm still down here in Crescent City, Louisiana. Jackson, take care of yourself. As I wiped away the tears, my door creaked open with Jasmine following behind it. I wasn't crying, it's just hot in here. I could tell by her look she wasn't buying my lie. Jasmine sat next to me and asked, "What happened over there? It's fine if you don't want to share every detail." I told her I met some interesting guys over there, but that's as far as I'll go. But you haven't told me what you've been doing this whole time. Let's hear that. While you're gone, Lena, maybe it's Linda? Maybe Lena. Lena got me a job working at her auntie's store. You know, she really misses you. Jasmine's words hit me like a ton of bricks. Oh no, it is Lena. Lena misses you. I let out a heavy breath while I was in England. Oh, wait. I let out a heavy breath. Quotes. While I was in England, I met someone else. Jasmine, you fell in love. I lunged to cover her mouth. This is a grown man. He doesn't need to lunge to cover. They're not like 12-year-olds covering each other's mouths when they say like love. I lunged to cover her mouth. Shh, you'll wake Mama up. The Mama was just awake. They welcomed him in. It's only been like maybe 30 minutes. Maybe an hour. She narrowed her eyes and I moved my hand. He fell in love with another damn woman, Jasmine hissed. My brother finds the most impossible ways to get women to fall for him, she added in disbelief. I began to tell Jasmine what happened in England and how me and Evelyn met. Halfway through my story, I looked down to notice she fell asleep in my bed. With heavy eyes, I turned over and tried to get some sleep myself. The door creaked open with an eerie noise. I opened one eye to see my mother standing in the door with the biggest smile. Look at my babies, sleeping like they were when they were babies. Ma, stop it. Jasmine, get out of my bed. I grumbled. Once Ma and Jasmine left for work, the apartment grew silent. Okay, so now it's another time skip. Now it's the next day. It was supposed to be late at night. Okay, so there's some time skips happening here. There's been time skips happening a lot. Okay. So once Ma and Jasmine left for work, the apartment grew silent. In that silence, my thoughts wandered about what Jasmine said last night about Lena. All I could think about was the day I left her behind. Lena had snuck me into the extra room above her aunt's store to give us a moment alone. Her hand gently pressed against my face. Jackson, I need you to come back to me, and when you do, I want to be your wife. So promise me, Jackson, that you'll do anything to come back to me. The silence of the moment brought forward Lena's emotions. She watched the man she loved give up hope of surviving the war. As she began to cry, I moved her hand from my face and gave her a kiss goodbye. I began to get lost in my own mind, only to be brought back by the slam of the neighbor's door. I sat up, dragged in a deep breath, and grabbed my boots. I needed some time to clear my head. I grabbed my coat and headed out into the snow-capped city. I walked for several blocks, feeling the bitter, cold air thrash against me, with every chilling gust reminding me that I am alive. I happened to stop to notice that I was near Mrs. Wu's store. I should pop in to see Jasmine hard at work before heading back home. That made me laugh a little. The girl who wants to do nothing but sing having a regular job. So now we're hearing, okay, Jasmine wants to sing. Hearing the old bell above the door filled me with joyous memories from my youth. It took no time for Mrs. Wu to notice me. She said something in Chinese before rushing to hug me. I'm so glad you're back. Everyone was worried about you boys over there. So from what I'm remembering, and you can tell me if I'm completely off base, this is a story about like mafias and gangs. And there's going to be like shootouts and stuff, right? I think there's like mafia and gangs and rival stuff going on. Am I completely off base? Am I misremembering? I feel like the story originally had like it was about mafias and gangs. Okay, yes it is. So my first note is this is reading more in between a rough draft and a plot outline, like an outline and a rough draft. As far as like very quickly moving through stuff, the pacing's very fast. We're just quickly mentioning scenes. So that's why I'm saying it feels like an outline, but we're having like exact lines of dialogue, so it also feels like a rough draft. It's kind of in between those two. This is multiple time skips, multiple character introductions, multiple people being met, and we still have, I mean, this guy is signed up for war, gone to war, gotten injured and been in a hospital, now has come back, now has read up with his family, now is reading letters, now is going about civilian life, and we still haven't had the gang storyline come in. And I feel like this is a story about the gang rivalry, right? So I feel like if your story is about the gangs, I think I mentioned this before, I'm like, I think you need to start a little closer to that happening. I feel like the intro should start with him coming home and something happens with the gangs. When do the gangs get involved here? Because I can even just scroll down here and it's like new beginnings. 1 month later, we're at another time skip. I managed to find a job down at port. Working the port was tedious and boring, but it helped take my mind off the war in Lena. Times I would have nightmares about that last battle. It was October 17th, 1918. They just get younger and younger, mumbled out. Hold on, LB, I yelled back as we were almost there. Another volley of shots came through, hitting me, causing me to drop like a ton of bricks. As my vision began to blur, I closed my eyes in France, only to open them back in Dalton City to the worried faces of Ma and Jasmine. Sometimes I can still hear LB crying out, "No, not Jack, please God, not Jack." Work helped me clear my mind and push the nightmare of that day at night. Then one day at the port changed my life forever. The foreman had assigned me to unload a small boat that had more cargo than expected. And we end here, and we are still not at the part where the gangs are introduced. That's why a lot was scrapped for the other version. What other version? I just had this version. That's all I can go off of. But yeah, my first part is, and if I had just read this, I would have assumed as a reader, only knowing what you've submitted today, that this story, if someone told me like, oh yeah, that gang story, that gang mafia rivalry story, I'd be like, who? What? I wouldn't have known that that's what this is about. We've covered a large time span and gone back and forth and had multiple time skips here without getting to what your actual story is about. So I would say probably knowing all the... Oh my god, my mic. Sorry. Is that a horrible noise? I'm so sorry. But I would say like this is good to know for your timeline, for knowing what happened for your characters. But this doesn't necessarily mean it's the timeline for your story. The story should be happening a little bit closer to the accident, to an inciting incident with the gang violence. So I'm not sure what other version you have. If this is an earlier version and I've already read like a later version, in which case then like, hey, like I don't need to be going backwards. We need to be going forwards here, right? So I would say read for my 2 critiques. You read it a while back, but I'm rewriting it again, and I'm combining the dialogue with the pacing of the rewrite. Okay, so this is... Okay. So I'm gonna guess this is kind of that mixture, like I said, of the outline and the rough draft, right? We're putting all the information down to keep track of it for us as the writer. But for the actual, when you do a later edit, one, the pacing has to be slowed down a lot. The pacing's really, really fast. That's why I said it's kind of like an outline. Like you're just briefly mentioning the scenes that have to happen, but we're not actually submersing ourselves in those scenes. Actual scenes take a lot more. They're a lot slower. We're going to be immersed in those scenes a bit more. So the pacing should be a little slower for the next draft. And for the next draft, when you're done with this outline, I would then say, like, think about where your actual starting point of the story is. Because I'm not sure if we've actually... How many pages is this? 4 pages. 4 pages, I'm still not sure we've actually reached the beginning of your story here with the mafia violence. But it is still good stuff to know. But just for an outline, I wouldn't worry about having exact dialogue. For outlines, you can do stuff like main character meets up with this person, has dialogue, reveals this info. Next thing, like you can just outline. It can just be really brief. And then once you have that outline, that skeleton of what needs to happen, then you can go in and add dialogue, add the scenes, add the pacing, and that might save you a bit more time and cover more of the topics you want to cover. But hey, we all write differently. We all have different processes, right? That's just a suggestion. You don't have to take it. But so far, especially if the Evelyn stuff is going to be scrapped entirely too, then it feels almost like the first When are we? This is page 3. This is page 4. Okay, so like roughly the first 2 pages aren't actually going to make it into the final version. It starts with him returning. Yeah, I think I briefly remember it. That's what I'm saying. Like, didn't this have something to do with the mafia? It was only because I kind of remembered it a bit, right? I feel like even that intro of him coming back only sets this up as like a romance of him possibly getting back with Lena. It still doesn't really introduce the mafia gang violence, right? Because let's go up to him coming back. He comes back. He gets the letter from Claude. He's reunited with his family. They're arguing about he fell in love with someone else instead of Lena. He's hearing about his sister's job. He now has to find a job. He's stopping in on his sister. He's having the flashback. He's thinking back on LB. I'm not sure if LB is gonna ever come back in with the mafia violence. If that's actually important or not. But it sounds like this is a lot of character backstory. We're still doing very, like, the character backstory. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna start with my character coming back. Then I'm gonna time skip a month later. Yeah, I got that LB used up, but we're having the flashback zone. So that's why I'm like, I don't think he's gonna be important. I don't think he's like the dead relative of one of the gang or mafia members. So I'm not sure if he's actually important in the context of your story here. So from him coming back to him starting a new job, it's already a 1 month time skip. We already covered a whole month and still no mafia or gang violence stuff, right? And him having the new job, him getting flashbacks to stuff now playing. This is all just stuff to do with character backstory here. We are still in character backstory realm. So I would say, like, finish this outline and then look back on it and think, when does my story actually start? When does this violence, when does the inciting incident with the mafia and the gang actually happen? And then look around there to start inputting character details instead. Because right now, though, if readers were to read even from just him coming back, they would still get a different tone of what story you're trying to write compared to one they think you're writing. It's just a different setup. So that's gonna be my first advice: rethinking your opening. And then 2, it might not happen. This again could be an outline version. So that's why I'm saying there's a pacing issue, but in general, I would say definitely think of your pacing. Everything's here very, very fast. Everything's here just hitting us one after the other. Each scene's only like a couple sentences, and we're jumping back and forth in the timeline a bit. So rethink. Those are gonna be my 2 pieces of critique. I think the pacing, and I think the intro has to be rethought. Hold on, I'm stretching real quick. But otherwise, I am excited to see you still working on this. I think it could be a really fun historical inspired piece with the historical tensions after the war of the differing, right? A lot of gangs and mafia were separated by nationality. There was the Irish mob, the Italian mob, and there was very strong fractions. There are very strong factions historically between them. So I feel like it could be a really fun landscape for you to play in among those tensions. And focusing in on these 2 characters, not on these 2 characters, but on these specific characters, on our main character, on Lena, on his family with Jasmine and his mom. These could be fun characters to interact with right after the war, with this rivalry between these mob factions. It just has to happen a little closer to that stuff happening. But otherwise, thank you so much. I'm excited to see you still working on it. And that is my critique for you. I hope it helps a little bit. Let's go ahead. I think MSM has been waiting very patiently. I already have yours up. I watched Harlem Nights for the first time, and I revisited it for a second rewrite. Oh, that's awesome. Hello. Oh, yeah, yay, Bob. Yeah. So then we have MSM, who hopefully is still here and hasn't completely abandoned us again. Let's see here. I can already tell it looks like there's been some formatting changes. I feel like there has been. So chapter 1, a new beginning and a new companion. Oh. Chapter 1s do tend to be a problem for a lot of... Yep. Finding those strong opening intros it's a tough battle. No kidding. From what I've seen, that initial go at the story, yeah, a lot, right? It's a big problem for a lot of writers, being like, I have this whole world, I have this whole timeline figured out in my head. What do I start at the very beginning? Do I start at the beginning of time? It's a big struggle. Sometimes I've seen people who just hear the advice, oh, I'm gonna start in the middle of the action, so I'm gonna start in the middle of the fight scene, and people are like, oh, but my fight scene doesn't happen until like midway through the story. That's cutting out too much. There's a lot of advice that works for some people and doesn't for others, so it's a little tricky thing. And sometimes we can only write out an outline and then give it back to us, like, okay, when do you think my opening is? When do you think the story actually starts? It's one of those works in progress. Sometimes people actually have a very strong intro in mind, like, yeah, this is exactly where my story is going to start, and then they're like, but I have no idea for my ending. I just have this cool scene I want to start with, and maybe eventually, if I just keep writing and pushing the plot forward, maybe there will a good ending will appear at some point on the horizon. Cryptid has now read the word vomit version of all 3 of my stories. Hey, I'm a big supporter of word vomit stories. Absolutely. Just get that idea down. As soon as the idea is down, then you can fix it. But it's really hard to fix something before you ever write it down. You can't write a perfect version the very first time. That doesn't happen with anybody. So, like, absolutely, get the word vomit done. Get that shitty rough draft done. You guys have seen my shitty rough draft writing process. Big supporter of word vomit. I think I actually frustrate some other writers because they're over here trying to choose like the perfect pretty words the first go round, and I'm over here, and then something cool will happen, and then they escape somehow with a plot device I'll add later, and and they're like, what are you doing? Like, I'm writing a shitty first draft. That's what I'm doing. Hello Zone, it's good to see you. Me and word vomit are good friends. Yeah, I think writers have to be more comfortable with it. And then it's not custom fit. No. I absolutely write shitty first drafts. I'm like, sometimes I get through halfway about like a story like that's about I don't know, like a robot. And I'll be like, and then halfway through I'll be like, you know what? Actually, this is now a fantasy setting, so it's not gonna be a robot. She's gonna be Lady Frankenstein's monster. She's gonna be like a golem type character. And then I'll just continue with my word vomit with all that. Like, this android who's now a golem fantasy creature is gonna do this, and that. Iron Man smacked the Hulk and then got smacked into space. You overthink a lot now. I should go back to an easy way. And honestly, the creative process should be enjoyable. It is essentially playing pretend. The craft of writing it well, of conveying your story well, that's the work. That is where the craft part comes in. The work of fixing it, the way of portraying your work for an audience, that's where the craft and the work and the dedication and the re-edits and the editing and the fixes, that's where all that comes in. The initial pass is just your creative brain having fun. It should be the easiest way it can be for your brain to have fun and be inspired and come up with crazy, silly things that no one else has yet. If the entire creative process is only work, I feel like that's when a lot of people have a lot of writer's block or artist block. Like, that's when creatives start struggling, because then the fun part is work. The fun part should always be fun. My story is my mind's inner workings symbolized. Very, very artsy, very art school, Chatty Betty. I feel like that's very much like when people like draw the lines and squiggles on it, and like, these represent my inner works, the inner part of my soul's reflection as squiggles on this page. We all live in a yellow submarine. inside an active volcano erupting into space. 4 to 6 a.m. my mind just be on autopilot thinking about random BS. And hey, that's really important for you to realize about yourself, right? It's really important for you to realize, like, hey, this is when my brain is feeling more, letting more of its creative energy flow. This is when I feel less restricted by having to do things perfectly. This is when my creative energy is at its height, when I can do it the most easily. And then absolutely, then you take that and you take all your bullshit, right? Absolutely, creatives can have random bullshit. It's highly encouraged here. And then the morning you, or whatever time that you feel you're most productive from a working perspective, from an editing perspective, then you can go back over the fun that your brain had word vomiting at 4 to 6 a.m. And then you can look at it critically like, okay, this is a lot of cool stuff. Now, how do I fix this? How do I portray this the best way? The focus routine, when do I use it? Never. Never. Hold on, I can hear my lo-fi is getting near the end, so let me restart it. I'm rewriting since the last feedback I had on your stream. Oh wow. And I'm rewriting the structure of the scene. Go back from Crash and overthink every part of it. Well, I don't want you to overthink every single part of it, you know, like it wasn't critique meant to make you overthink everything. It was just one or two things like, hey, how, and I think with you too, we also had the Google Translate issue, right? If I'm remembering usernames to works correctly, right? You had very strong scripts. I'm not quite sure why you're worried about it. You had incredibly strong scripts. And then there was just some funkiness with word choices because of Google Translate, right? You were translating it from your native language to English for me to read and critique. How is it? I was playing Val. I take Cryptid's critiques as surgical fixes. Don't do that. That's so much pressure. Banks are a scam created by the shadow government, and his name is John Cena. But no, Tenebrew, if I'm remembering your works to the username right, it was really constructive. I just have more expectation on my craft. Oh, we were talking about perfectionist earlier with Barry. So no, I hope, one, that you already feel really confident in your craft. It was very strong scripts. You were doing it for scripting comics, if I remember correctly, for like artwork comics. And I'm like, these scripts are really solid. These are really good. And I gave you like some advice, but honestly, that critique was really hard for me to do. They were really solid. Cryptid is a licensed writing surgeon. This is no confirmed. Oh no. I'm just your local neighborhood friendly Cryptid. I'm just a little writing buddy here on your screen helping you out. There's too much, you know, like, I feel like as writers when I was like younger, I really wanted a lot more critique partners. And sometimes it was just like handing it to your friends and they'd be like, this is nice, neat, good job. And you'd be like, okay, but how do I get better, right? Or people just telling you like, oh, you did a good job. And like, yeah, but how do I get better? Friendly neighborhood Cryptid with a scalpel. Everyone knows I have multiple knives and one rusty axe. They don't have scalpels. That would be cool though. I love having a lot of oh yeah, Bob, you're new here. There's been on and off I've mentioned before about home defense stuff. How do I feel secure? And it's stuff I've learned from Mama Cryptid in. This is gonna set a tone for all my new viewers here, all my new raccoons. One of the best things for a woman, if you're living on your own, especially, right? Because sometimes we don't always feel the safest. So this is especially like when I was in college in a way, but this is something Mama Cryptid has used for years and years and years. It's just part of our household, the Cryptid household. And one of the things is whenever you get, like, you know how sometimes you have old knives? You have, like, rusted knives just laying around in a kitchen, in a household. It's just been there for, like, for fucking ever. Or you have, like, a dull knife and you've already, like, gotten a new knife set collection at Costco. So you don't really have the energy to sharpen your older knife set that's kind of dull because you have the new set. And, like, what are you going to do with it? Some people throw it away, right? Never. Never. You take all old rusted knives and you hide them in specific places as self-defense around your house, so until you have one to a couple in every single room. That way, in case anyone ever breaks into your house, like an axe murderer, it doesn't matter where you are at the time the axe murderer has come to get you. Because whatever room you're in within arm's reach, you have a rusted knife nearby. There's some underneath the table, there's some underneath the couch, there's a few underneath your bed, there's one on a nice side, there's one in the closets, you just have them throughout the house in places where wherever the axe murderer appears, you have a rusted knife in self-defense. And yes, you might not be the best fighter against a superpowered axe murderer ninja, but if you die and you get at least one hit on them, then hey, that rusted knife is gonna make them have to go to the hospital. So at least you got your hit in. You got your hit. You got your go nifty on them. I believe in it too. I did this when I moved out for college. I think it's great. And it's really important, being a female, talking to strangers, chatters on the internet, that if anyone goes a little crazy or goes too parasocial, they know that I have knives in my house and I'm willing to stab them. This is important, Mama Cryptid. Everyone's calling us nifty now. To
be fair, I grew up on a farm. Like,
oh. Were there a lot of axe murderers on farms?
no, but like homeless people could walk onto the farm.
Oh.
And you needed to be able to stand your ground.
Potential axe murderers could walk onto the farm. People are saying, hi, Mama Cryptid. And now they treat me like they're queen because I'm covered in rat blood. I love Nifty. All your rats have grown immune to being sprayed by mace. But no, so you're joining a comic book contest. I have 2 months. I'll be able to show the script for critique before I draw it. I'm so excited for you. Your scripts are honestly incredibly good. I do sometimes struggle with giving you a lot of critique on it. So first of all, I'm so excited for you. And we've seen your Instagram. You've posted your Instagram link before. You are a very talented artist. I'm super excited. I have high hopes for you in that contest. I'm rooting for you. Let you start singing cleaning up. We can. Yeah, first let me. Whew. So this is you were blah 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 blah. You were asking earlier, Bob, about a word limit. So this one is 30 pages. I probably won't get the full 30 pages done, right? That's a lot of reading for a cryptid. So I'll go until we hit around 3 to 4 pages, and then I'll find a good stopping point. And then yes, yours can be next. So I believe we've read this a little bit before, but it looks like it's been edited or fixed up a little bit. Let's see. So Mahi's Spectacular Misadventures, Reflourished, Volume 1, Chapter 1, A New Beginning and a New Companion. So this one is a fun project. I believe, if I'm remembering right, this covers a character in OC, but they are going to be interacting with characters from a lot of different fandoms. I think there was like Scooby-Doo, there's Pokemon, there's Dance Dance Revolution. So the thing with that, I always say, hey, I can't always critique if characters from fandom stuff are in character, because I don't know all the fandoms, right? I might not know all those characters. What was I saying? So I can't always give feedback on if they're in character or not. So I try just to give critique on the general story, the pacing, the more developmental stuff, the more big picture stuff, because I can't always critique the individual character stuff when we're mixing fandom stuff. But hey, fandom stuff is still welcome here. That's just the little disclaimer. Intro. In the course of his life so far, everything seemed normal by some standards. But for Mahi, it was anything but. Shadows of a haunting melody lingered in his mind, a reminder of his bleak childhood marked by the loss of his father. With the unwavering support of his butler, who guided him until he was 10, Mahi found himself on a pivotal journey. So who guided him until he was 10. So at 10, this is when he starts the journey. Oh, that's so young. I think I'm having too much Sprite. I'm going to swap it out for my water now. So if anyone does a hydrate or dihydrate, I'm going to be drinking water now. I need more water. It was at this stage that he met BF and GF, his new mentors. And that is the name of the characters that I was told last time. Like, oh, does that mean like boyfriend, girlfriend? And from what I understand, it's like the name of the characters in DDR. His new mentors, who helped him navigate his gifts and emotions while introducing him to the world of music. Yet an unnamed demigod, whose presence was felt rather than seen, loomed over his journey. Mahi, the boy who trembles before a microphone, ultimately excels in his performances, a prodigal heir to the Moon Star's legacy. He inherited his father's heart, a careful and understanding personality with commendable traits. So it's just a line critique. I normally don't do line critiques too much, but so you don't have to say commendable traits if you then say what the commendable traits are. He's careful and he has an understanding personality. And then just telling us, oh, also with commendable traits. That's like telling us what the readers not already know, or that's like telling the readers rather than showing, but he inherited his father's heart, a careful and understanding personality. Personality and heart are a little different, but whatever. Like that one line could be fixed up a little bit. With divine power coursing through him, his sole goal was to protect his mentors from the schemes of the dearest that threatened their bond. Is the dearest from anything in particular? Is that from also another fandom? I'm not sure if I asked that last time. However, controlling his voice isn't always easy. His altos can create shockwaves that shatter glass, and his hum can make flowers bloom or wilt, depending on the emotions he's expressing. Whether it's anger, joy, fear, or hope woven into his tone, some things are meant to be tinkered with, even if it happens accidentally. Now, with all that sorted, what could they be scheming next? So I think I had this critique last time, so I'm not going to say it as like the to critique this time, but just right. I think I mentioned before of this is volume 1, chapter 1, and we start off with a lot of backstory. We already start off with some leisure time before the cost of freedom finds your demise. Title Journey Express. Very cool. But yeah, MSM, if you're still in chat, let us know. I feel like did I already finish chapter 1? Did you want me to critique chapter 2? Was that it? I feel like was I just supposed to continue chapter 1? Fuck. That's it. So it's saying I want to be the very best. So he's gonna hop into the other world, and the other world is the Pokemon fandom. That's where this character is gonna go. As they say their goodbyes, Mahi turns back to the portal, walking in the magical pathway. As he is traveling through the space-time continuum, he feels nauseous as he feels like entering a black hole, but without the spaghettification, as most Big Bang theories would claim. Once he's nearing the end of the portal, it spits him out like a bad meal. He lands flatly on his face and promptly blacks out. Meanwhile, there's a little fox creature with a luscious mane, darting through the underbrush, its breaths tense, desperately panting out its species' name. Something or someone is chasing it, each step laced with danger. Bursting through the last line of bushes, the creature finds a patch of light amongst the shadows of the dark and thick forest. His glasses are a few inches away, still intact, as if they are gently carried by a light current before he lands. It is an oddly personal item for someone who doesn't seem to need them, although it fits him too well to be ordinary. So his glasses are important. The little fox creature lingers at the edge of the clearing, ears twitching and eyes wide with curiosity. So they think something like, who can this guy be? Each step laced with danger. So okay, so I'm just continuing it. Sorry. You're just saying yes. So I'm just continuing the story. Yeah, my earlier critique for those who are coming was like, this doesn't quite feel, it feels like we're starting too late in the story. I feel like the first volume could have been about that backstory of him gaining powers, of him finding and meeting these dearest, of him becoming friends with BF and GF. I felt like, hey, there's a lot of stuff, cool, important stuff, adventure stuff that's happened. Maybe the story should actually start back there. So kind of the opposite critiques, right? I said with the last one should start more forward. You need to go further in the timeline. This one I had the critique of it should be further back. So the little fox creature lingers at the edge of the clearing, ears twitching and eyes wide with curiosity. So they think something like, who can this guy be? It takes a cautious step forward, then stops, as its instincts catch them with fear and fascination. Faint groan breaks the silence. The boy stirs as he slowly pushes himself up from the grass, blinking through his hazy vision, raising a hand to wipe the cloudiness away from his eyes. While doing so, his sight and other senses snap into focus, scanning his surroundings, just astonished to admire the beautiful greenery around him. He sees a butterfly, which is 10 times the size of an actual one on Earth. He hears it saying a name, sounding like human language. I believe this is for... It's like a script and you're going to make this a comic, right? I believe this is also for a comic, if I'm remembering it correctly. So saying stuff like, saying it's... He's saying a name. And even the fox creature earlier when it's running through... desperately panting out species name. You don't need to say it like that. If I'm remembering right, I think this is for a comic. Like they're going to do like a little comic project. There's going to be artwork in it. It might have been a visual novel. It was something like it. So in it, if it was for just a reader, if this was just a novel, you can do mysterious stuff like that, where like you don't say something that the readers are going to be held on the edge of the seat for, but because it's going to be a visual medium as well, right, there might be like little text panels in it by saying stuff like Evie, or stuff. Like a children's book with a full image with text aside? I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure if they specified. I think I just remember there being artwork mentioned. And again with the butterfly, right, if he hears it saying a name, he wouldn't know what's the name. He just thinks it's saying things. Because he hasn't seen Pokemon before, I'm gonna assume. But it would be like a little text speech bubble, right? Saying like Butterfree. So that's not necessarily, you can just say it in the script, right? You don't need to hide it in your script. So that's just for you and the artist to know, right? Like, hey, we need to put a Butterfree here. We need to put an Eevee running through. Where the heck am I? There's a talking butterfly that's like humongous. While he is sightseeing, the moment of silence is broken by a small cry from beside him. Vingy, Vingy! He turns his head to the left, eventually spotting the creature. It watches him aimlessly, flicking its tail, ears swishing. Its body is poised to bolt away, yet still unwilling to leave him due to its own curiosity. It keeps on saying its name repeatedly, trying to send a message to him despite the language barrier. So again, just for prose, he wouldn't know it's saying its own name yet. There's no rule for format in comic, but if it works with the artist, that's the essential. Yeah. That's what I said. I don't know if they're doing all the artwork or if they've hired an artist. Because you're writing your own script and you're the artist of the script, right, Tenebra? I'm not seeing any new updates from MSM. I don't know if MSM is also the artist or if they're just doing the script and having an artist friend doing the art. So in that case, being very clear with the artist who might be a different person might be clear of like, hey, this little fox-like creature is an Eevee. He doesn't know it's an Eevee yet, but it's an Eevee. And it's going to be running through the underbrush. Because otherwise, if it's a separate person, they'd be like, oh, okay, I just had to draw an original fox-like creature. And then they might get halfway through the script and be like, oh, wait, shit, it's Pokemon. Panel and describe it, and then put each speech bubble in each panel. Okay, yeah, nice. Yeah, your scripts are really solid. I'm like, oh, this worked. I think you even put, like when the next page is, like what panels are going to be on what page, if I'm remembering right. I'm like, oh, this is formatted very well when you do it. Mahi internally. Huh, strange. A talking animal. Wait a minute, does it just say its name? Mahi tries to remember the lyrics that GF prompts him to sing before entering the portal. Puts a hand on his chin to dig through his thoughts until the truth comes to light. Mahi internally. Eevee. Wait a minute. Am I in the world of Pokemon? Without a second thought, his face slowly smiles, trying to make a first impression. Though the Eevee's ears perk, it instinctively runs up to his lap and presses a paw on his lips. Boy is just confused by its sudden behavior. Scott Snyder put pictures that he found on Google for each panel to inspire the artist. Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah, so it seems like there's a lot of ways to do it. Wow. So what I'm understanding from this, so Mahi does know Pokemon. He is aware of the Pokemon world. So in that sense, I'm not sure if it makes logistical sense. I can draw, I just don't have the motivation to make it into a comic. So it's going to stay as a narrative and script hybrid. Okay, so story and script hybrid. Okay. So no drawing. Okay. So going through, so Mahi does know Pokemon. So I'm not sure if it makes sense for him to only realize it's Pokemon when he's thinking of the thing saying its own name and saying Eevee. He's aware of some Pokemon. Wouldn't he know at least like the basic ones, like an Eevee and a Butterfree? Those are like from season 1. Those are like some of the basic, most popular ones. So I'm wondering if just seeing them, he'd be like, oh wait, that looks like a Pokemon. Just only a handful of them. Okay. So he doesn't recognize them based on how they look. But I am wondering about the logic of he's realizing they're saying their own name. If you were randomly put into a new world with new creatures and they're making noises, I don't think you'd instantly assume those creatures are saying their name. They are named after the sounds they make, right? So I'm not sure if it would be a leap of logic to be like, oh, it's making a noise. That's its name. Over and over and over again. That's a little bit shady in the logic. I wonder if it would be an easier leap in logic for the character to just recognize it. Like to look at it and be like, huh, that looks like an Eevee. That might make a little bit more sense. Or they heard they are called and imitate their trainer. No, it's like in the world. Even if you see like wild Eevees, they still make the same noise. If you see wild Butterfrees out in the forest, they still make the same noises, right? They all in the Pokemon world. That's what they do. They don't just copy their trainers. And not every single Pikachu is named Pikachu. Some of them even actually have names. Some trainers do name their Pokemon, but the Pokemon do just stay saying their species name. That's what their species name is based off what they say, not they can't just say whatever their trainers do. That's like it's a little bit of a leap in logic here. It might make a little bit more logistical sense in the story that he just recognizes one of these basic season 1 Pokemon, because you say he already knows a few of them, so it wouldn't be yeah, we're doing good. We are critiquing a prose script hybrid, so that's interesting. This is Sparky, he's my Rotom. So for Charizard, he will be called Rah! Does Charizard say Charizard? Doesn't he say it in like a really deep voice? Am I completely making shit up? I feel like Charizard also says Charizard. Hold on, we're just getting sidetracked now. I had to focus. So Mahi says, It jumps off his lap, about to flee through the foliage. Though before it does what it needs to do, they turn back at Mahi, pointing with their paw while winking at them with a cheeky raspberry, eventually fleeing the area. Mahi, sort of teased yet playful, stands up from where he lands and bolts through the deep and dark forest. He is catching up with the fox-like Pokemon, even though he can barely see through the shadows of the trees fading and revealing a path forward. At the end of a grassy trek, the Eevee comes to a halt while hiding in the deep foliage. The boy ceases running and sits beside it. There they watch two humans, with a cat-like Pokemon accompanying them, wandering in the forest. Judging from their personalities, the woman among the three acts really rashly, as if something were spoiling her ice cream. The man with periwinkle hair rubs the back of his neck sheepishly, voice murmured but edged with worry as he glances at the grassy and dirty path beneath them. Each time his partner in crime yells out at him, it just startles him like he's playing something out of a jump scare horror game. The woman isn't really feeling like being lost in a forest. Stomping her boots, voice echoing as if an opera singer goes too out of tune. Literally just Char. Oh no. Are we renaming Charizard? Do we have to send a critique to the Pokemon headquarters? Darn it, I can't believe you let that rambunctious, my cute little Eevee get away, you imbecilic slowpoke. Man, I swear, I don't know. They wouldn't like us. I guess you were too feisty for them to be likable. Cat Pokemon. Alright, settle down, folks. We should focus on finding that there Eevester. Capiche? I'm not sure if this is the right language. Hold on. I don't know why she corrects rambunctious. Why would you let my rambunctious, my cute little Eevee get away? That makes it sound like she was saying something really bad and then corrected her to say my cute little Eevee. I think, yeah, I know the Jesse James and yeah, that was really, I got you, don't you worry. I am old, I know Pokemon. Oh, that's true, Starmie and Staryu don't say their names. That is absolutely true. They just go, yeah. Yeah, and I also know it said Eevee. It says Eevee right here. You're answering questions I didn't ask. Hold on. But it's just saying, when you do stuff like that, like if I am saying something like, oh, this motherfucking, I mean that really nice, sweet little baby cat that just scratched the shit out of my legs, right? You normally say something really bad, and then you stop yourself and you say something more positive instead. So that's why I'm like, this isn't bad. This is still like, rambunctious is still a really nice way of talking about that. It's not negative language she would have to correct. Yeah, I'm just saying. So she could be saying, I can't believe you let that little shit, my cute little Eevee get away. Rambunctious isn't something you have to correct. It's not fitting the trope well. That's what I'm saying. Reminds me of my aunt getting angry at her 5-year-old for saying darn. It's basically, I can't believe you let that silly, my cute little Eevee get away. I can't believe you let that mischievous, my cute little Eevee. See, those aren't bad words. Rambunctious is something that fits the Pokemon anime. Okay. Could still be called Blue Eyes Red Dragon and Red Eyes Black Dragon. IP clash time. But it just word-wise for the trope, it's not filling the trope for me. I can't believe that rambunctious. I mean, my cute little Eevee, get away. You imbecilic slowpoke. Especially since calling someone like an imbecile is a lot meaner. So James is calling Jesse, I guess you are too feisty for them to be likable. That's a weird thing. I'm thinking he's meaning to say for them to like the woman, but that's not quite the right way to phrase that. Yeah, I'm just letting you know that it's a weird line. It's weird. So you're saying that Jesse's too feisty for the Eevee to be likable. That doesn't quite make sense. Shouldn't it be, I guess you're too feisty for them to like you? But that's not what likable means here in this context. He's saying it in a funny way here. This doesn't quite make sense. The grammar here is making it seem like the Eevee's not likable. It should be Jessie is too feisty to be likable for the Eevee. The Eevee doesn't like her. Capiche? He leans against the little fox Pokemon and keeps themselves hidden from the enemy. He whispers to it. Whoa, are those the ones chasing you? He doesn't know that anyone's, chasing it yet. So I think it would make more sense for Mai to be like, oh, are these guys chasing you? Not are these the ones chasing you? Like, he already knew that the Eevee was being chased. He doesn't. So he goes, whoa, are these guys chasing you? The Eevee gives a sharp nod, tail flicking, as it is really proud of its own tomfoolery. Before the boy can say another word, the creature darts out of the foliage, right in the open. Its own tomfoolery. Oh, it's French in origin, but it's interesting to see it in an English pun. Yeah, and calling someone an imbecile is, like, pretty harsh. It's pretty, like, Cruella de Vil. Oh! I'm so sorry, that was my microphone. I don't know why it fell that time. I just need to hold it down. I'm just gonna hold it down. It's okay, we're not gonna have any more microphone problems because I'm just gonna hold it down. Yeah, in English too, it means you're an idiot, but it's like way harsher. It's like a lot meaner. It's like calling someone an idiot, but worse. It's a little bit harsher. That's how we as Americans use it. That's why Corella doesn't just call them idiots, she also calls them imbeciles. Like, that is to show, like, she is really, really mean, to them. Still better than saying someone is vermin. Yeah, because that's, you're basically calling, like rodents and like, bad things, right? But I'm just saying, so, character-wise, like, our harsher way is kun, and like two-way kun. There are other words with similar problems. For instance, French for slow is frowned upon in English, but mostly because Americans don't think past that first "wait, what" response. French for slow? Oh, wait, what? No, I'm curious. Oh, the second one. Oh, okay, I'm like, what isn't bad. The second one. Okay. I could definitely see. Yeah, English speakers would have a huge problem with that. Oh no. It actually auto-modded you for trying to use it. That's so funny. Yeah, but it's not slow for, like, speed. that's slow like mentally. We would use that. And again, that's like very insulting, right? To use that one. Um but you're using it like, yeah, like physically speed wise, this is slow. This person is not very fast. My crazy ex's doctor put that in her med file. Oh. But no, like when you're calling someone slow mentally and you want to be really, really, really harsh, you would use that term in English. And again, like that's really, really bad in English, right? Sorry, that's so funny. I didn't even think of that. What was I saying? But so yeah, I'm saying like yeah, like Team Rocket is harsh with it. They're the technical bad guys. They're like the bad guys we like though, right? I'm just saying the mod just cancels me when I try to explain it. You're good, you're good. It's all fine. But looks like geniuses. Oh my god. Yeah, you're talking about it's you're late. Okay, okay. So you're trying to say someone's late. But yeah, in English, it's pretty bad. That's why even the Automod's getting you. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. You would absolutely get punched by somebody in America if you started like going around and be like, oh, you're late, and you said that instead. Oh, I would know several several people who punch the shit out of you. Uh, um, so that's really, yeah. I pulled it up on screen. I had the go so that people saw it if they were watching the VOD, they're watching the stream. But that's hilarious. Something out of context. Oh no, what is this? Hates when I say I hate the French language. Oh no. Yeah, I had a lot of chatting about you to say that one. That's funny. What was I saying? I'm trying to focus. Hold on, everyone's here distracting me. I'm trying to focus. So she's harsh enough to call Slowpoke imbecilic, but she's not harsh enough to say mischievous. And mischievous is a fine word. That's not a harsh word. That's a very even sometimes like cutesy, like some people like being mischievous. That's a very not negative word. Imbecilic is a negative word here. So in like the same line, it's literally the same line. I'm like, oh, that's a really harsh one. This isn't harsh. So that's just like a funny thing. This in English? Let's see. Is it the fuck? I'm spelling it wrong. Whatever. I'm trying to type around a glass of water that I'm not trying to get onto my keyboard. So hold on. Let's go back. Let's look at grammar. That's why I normally try not to do grammar because I'm like, I don't know. Sluggish. You could just say stupid. Just call Slowpoke stupid. That's not a very good. Sluggish just doesn't sound natural. It doesn't sound like actual language somebody would say. Let's call you stupid Slowpoke. For birth control pills. Oh no. Said I was late for the stream in French and the mod went bananas. Oh no. I bet. Now that we know. Wait, I don't know if that was the right word or not. But yeah, she could call the Slowpoke stupid. Where was I before I got there? Yeah, are these guys chasing you? Own tomfoolery. Oh, that's what I was questioning. I was telling, oh, tomfoolery normally has a little bit more of an evil edge. Tomfoolery definition. It's foolish or ridiculous behavior, often in playful, mischievous, or harmless way. That's so... Well, that's the AI overview. Let's... Oh my goodness. This is so interesting. Am I in an alternate universe? Tomfoolery to me had a much more harmful. It was joking around, but in a harmful way. But it looks like scrolling through the internet, it's like, no, it's just being silly. So in that case, this would fit perfectly well. for the English language in modern days came from Warner Brothers cartoons, Bugs Bunny, Elmer Fudd. Huh. What was I saying? But yeah, for me, I thought tomfoolery was you're doing jokes in a very harmful way. Like you're stop with your tomfoolery because your jokes and stuff are hurting people. This could be potentially dangerous. You're hurting people with your jokes. But a quick look through, it looks like I am incorrect. Looks like no, it just means silly. So in that case, yeah, tomfoolery here absolutely works out. Before the boy can say another word, the creature darts out of the foliage right in the open. Mahi, hey, what do you think you're... 'Tis too late. The Eevee's already putting on a show that's trying to behold. So again, here, it can't behold its own show. So the Eevee is already putting on a show that's one to behold. Rather than that it's trying to behold, the Eevee's not beholding its own show. So it's putting on a show that's one to behold. From the shadows, the trio is alerted to the sudden confrontation of the little fox Pokemon. Woman, there it is! Get them! Raising their equipment, they start hurling balls of energy, nets of electric steel, or burlap. Unfortunately for them, it dodges every attempt miraculously as it comes straight out of a shonen anime. Mahi watches it go hog wild in the front lines, with his face perplexed yet dumbfounded by its ability to weave. Mahi, bloody hell, that fella's got some ultra instinct of some sort. Go, little dude, go. Is Mahi from like the UK? Warner Brother jokes are top tier. So what an ultramaroon, Bugs Bunny. Yes. As they stop firing, the Eevee gets a little bit cocky, blowing a raspberry at them. Not even cocky, bloody hell. Or are you from... Okay, he's part Brit, yes, okay. Woman, why you little... The cat-like Pokemon steadies itself and fires the net, straight at the fox Pokemon while still blowing a raspberry. Not giving it any time to react, but only an expression which has its eyes wide open in fear. But only an expression which has its eyes widen in fear? Look at that. That ought to teach you a lesson, you little runt. I, for a split second, was going to say a different word, but then I read runt. Just when I needed to, and I'm like, whoa! Write seal on Google Translate for French and click on the sound. I still think one of the best jokes I've ever seen in a TV show was an Animaniacs joke regarding fingerprints. As a kid, you never get the reference, but as an adult, holy. Oh, is there a kitty nearby? Hi, baby, what's up? You exploring? Is that a Luna Tuna fish? Hello, Luna Tuna fish. Sorry, Luna Tuna's running around. I don't want to say it on stream, because again, this is a VOD. It's gonna go on YouTube, so if it's gonna be bad, I don't want to look it up. Yes, there are several cats. This is Mama Cryptid's cat is Luna. And she's exploring around right now. She's hanging out nearby. She's a Luna Tuna fish. But yeah, I almost read that with a C instead of an R, and I'm like, tuna piano, tuna fish. I'm gonna steal that tuna piano one. Oh, you guys get it now. I was midway through. I got to the end of like little, and I was about to say it, and then my like eyes focused on like that's an R, not a C. So correct yourself. You little unt. Yeah, you little runt. It's with an R. It's fine. It's fine. Eevee distressed. Eevee. Behind the bushes, Mahi smacks a palm on his forehead, disappointed how that encounter goes. God effing damn it. He runs out of his hiding spot and raises a hand, snaps his fingers, cutting off the net like magic. He rushes to its side to see if it had been hurt or has any injuries. Lucky for the little creature, it isn't harmed much. The group is visibly frustrated, especially the woman among them, who scoffs at all their efforts being foiled by some random guy who comes out of nowhere. Woman says, "Hey, you twerp, that Eevee is mine. A trainer like me is deserving of it." Again, like, the language is just a little wonky. Andre, absolutely. It's not allowed, that one. It's holding it for misogyny. And again, the messages appear in the VOD for YouTube later, so I'm not gonna let it in, but you're not in trouble or anything. I get you. I just know YouTube will throw a fit if it catches that kind of stuff. So anyway, but yeah, a trainer like me is deserving of it. Doesn't sound like natural dialogue. It's fine. Automat does what it does. Yep, Automat has its own personality. But just saying something like "I deserve it" would be like more natural dialogue rather than "a trainer like me is deserving of it." That's not like natural dialogue. Mahi goes, "Woman, I personally do not know who you are." Woman, "Well then, why don't we do our..." Mahi sarcastic. "Oh ho ho, let me guess. You're gonna do that corny motto you always rehearse like it's a damn play?" Dude, I'm a fucking 17-year-old. I'm not some booma 5-year-old who gets excited over jingling keys. Also, what is it? Something to protect the world from... Man, that sure is a mouthful. I sleep more than I could. Or can. Sleep more than I could or can. That line I'm feels out of context. But then why is he saying, "Woman, I personally do not know who you are"? He obviously does. He knows this is Team Rocket. Bumma? Is it Bumma? But yeah, so why is Mahi acting like he doesn't know who Team Rocket is? He does. It's kid slang for ass. Okay. Yeah, I get this line is sarcasm. He is sarcastically being like, "Oh, are you guys gonna do the stupid Team Rocket logo?" But then why in all the stuff before it does he act like he doesn't know who Team Rocket is? That's what I'm saying. It's inconsistent. Not some kid uses kid slang for ass. It's excited over also, what is something to protect the world from? Man, that sure is a mouthful. I got everything here, and then randomly said I sleep more than I can. Is that some new slang thing from the youth? Who uses that? Because I sleep more than I can. Is he trying to say he slept through it? He slept through their show? What is this in reference to? I don't get it. But yes, I absolutely understand sarcasm. Everything here, I'm like, yeah, he's being sarcastic to them. Yes. Okay, unless this is a specific phrase from somewhere, that's not the way to say that. He slept through the show as an adult. This is just saying, this actually makes no sense. I sleep more than I can. He's saying he sleeps more than he sleeps. That's what I'm saying. Or rather, an older kid. Okay. So just saying, but yeah, the way it's phrased here doesn't make sense. That's why I paused on, like, that doesn't make sense. The trio is taken aback by what the boy has spewed out, showing disdain yet a sign of fear. Woman says, "How dare you vulgarly tarnish our intro? You shall hand us the Eevee or else." Mahi's eyes narrow, crossing his arms unimpressed, as he poises some kind of aura within him that tells them a dark threat. Do you mean as he poses? As he poses, comma, some kind of aura within him that tells them a dark threat. No, as he poises. Mahi, or else what? Are you gonna tie me up? With his instant transmission-like powers, He teleports to her, places a hand on his waist, and fans his other hand at them, giving them an insulting remark. Like, seriously, dudes, what do you even gain from abusing this little one? If I were you, I'd back the fuck off and legitimately shut that trap of mine. Capiche? So, yeah, that line I'm still not sure of. So let's see. If I were you, I'd back the fuck off. I think that's fine. If I were you, I'd back the fuck off. That's fine. And legitimately shut that trap of mine. Capiche? That part is a little bit wonky. So maybe if I were you, I'd back the fuck off and legitimately shut up. We like to use capiche in comic book, but yeah, he's partly from, I think you said from the UK. He's I think you said Japanese. I think he's raised American. He's watched a lot of like American TV shows. So I'm not quite sure where capiche is coming from. That tone gives them an instinct to stiffen their stance as if his aura is screaming something to them. The air grows heavy as the forest holds its breath. The woman, seemingly humiliated, jabs a finger at the boy. You got some nerve, twerp. Just who are you messing with? Page 9, okay. Before she can finish her protest, Mahi casually grips her gloved wrist, slowly squeezing it lightly as he assumes. His eyes remain half-lidded, locking to her face, sighing. Are you really sure you want to finish that? Go ahead, bitch, all you want. I'm all ears. He lightly lets go of her wrist and stands there, menacingly. The boy then stands his distance by teleporting back to the EP spot. He died. I mean, I'm a little curious about the intent behind the story or comic, just having overly mean or cruel real-world MC, landing in overly anime, for kids childish Pokemon anime. It sounds like he's gonna go to multiple worlds. Like he's gonna go into a lot of fandoms, because like even the friends who sent him here are from Dance Dance Revolution, which is like a game. He's just gonna be going to a lot of different worlds, I think. And I think it's just a fun little thing. It's just a fun little thing for MSM. It's just a fun little self-insert traveling through all the different fun fandoms they like. So I'm not sure if it's for official like publication or anything. I think it's just a fun project. It's just for fun. It pronouns are for Eevee. Yeah, I didn't question that yet. You keep correcting me on stuff I haven't even asked you about. MSM. Relax, I haven't asked you that. I got it. Please, I promise you, I have brain cells. I'm good. Gohan Piccolo mix. Oh, I guess that sounds like Dragon Ball Z, but I don't know. But I think some of the dialogue can be cut out on the number of words used. Okay. What I was saying, the boy then stands his distance by teleporting back to the Eevee spot. That's what I'm like, the boy then stands his distance. Do you mean the boy then increases his distance by teleporting back to the Eevee spot? Sometimes I feel like there are words here that aren't being used correctly. Some of the lines feel a little wonky. You can afford brain cells in this economy? Who's your supplier? Easy. I find random raccoons like you all, and I just yank them out of your little raccoon skulls. They're actually harvested from you. They're ethically harvested from all my raccoon followers. You guys gave your brain cells to me. How's that feel? And I still don't use them right. Now I need to actually still like good gaming skills for you guys next. My brain is not for sale. I didn't say I bought it. I just said I yoinked them. I stole them. I didn't pay you guys shit for it. Ah, what is this? Sorry. But He shrugs one hand out, raising his eyes. His voice becomes calmer than usual. You lamers are something, aren't you? You gain pleasure from stealing Pokemon. Like, do you have anything else that makes you happy? If so, name 17 things that can do so. 10 seconds on the clock, fellas. 17's a random one. You normally do name 5 things, name 10 things. 17's a little random. You still maybe I didn't steal your whole brain. I didn't steal your memories or anything. I just stole some brain cells. Every time I get a new raccoon, I go whoop. So yeah, I had some extra brain cells. Now I actually need like gaming talent. I need to steal gaming talent from you raccoons next. He puts both hands on his waist, hunches back, and taps his foot, waiting for exactly 10 seconds. The magenta-haired woman closed her eyes tightly, visibly angered in her position. Bolting at the boy, she attempted to snatch the little fox Pokemon from him. Mahi, disappointed, puts a hand on his face as that reality check was all for nothing. He glared back at her, which made her halt in her tracks. Mahi, yar, that's what I friggin' thought. Yeah. Do you mean like yeah? 17 is a reference to Fetty Wap Remy Boys 1738. I understood none of that. So okay, I'm just not your target audience. I understood none of that. I don't know most of those as words after reference to. Okay, so that's just something I don't understand. Please tell me you took the stubborn cells fighting for last place. Oh shit, is that what I've been doing? Have I been taking all the bottom brain cells, the worst brain cells from my raccoons? Is that what's been happening? Jeez, damn it. I'm going for the best brain cells next time. God damn, I wasn't I wasn't getting quality brain cells. Maybe like in Japanese? Oh, I forgot the anime of JoJo. Nope, it's good grief in Japanese in JoJo. Okay, so that's what I freaking thought. But any hesitation, he takes a deep yet steady breath of fresh air. As he exhales, his voice starts to hum. I think you could say he hums. As he exhales, he starts to hum. The air starts to form a cyclone around him, and a faintly glinting light begins to emanate within the boy. The humming transitioned into vocal, scatting, or gibberish, then finally a lyrical way of shouting. I will say as a note, I think you are changing tenses a little bit throughout the work. Let me see if I can find a good example. He puts both hands on his waist. So that's present tense, right? He is, like, right now in this moment, putting his hands on his waist. Bolting at the boy is present tense. Hold on, I had to cough. Excuse me. But he glared back at her, which made her halt in her tracks. That's past tense. I am just using the correct tenses for what? This is the reason to sacrifice me to the raccoon gods. Maddie's offering the good brain cells to the cryptid. Ooh, I get the good brain cells. And it's not just this line. I'm saying I'm noticing it throughout the work. You might have to double check. You might have to someone who's, if you're not the best with catching when tenses shift, you might have to find another friend or writing buddy who's good at keeping things in whatever tense you want. Blood to the blood god. And have them check if you switch tenses. Yeah, see, he glares back at her, which makes her halt and checks. That's now present tense. So that would just be someone going back. If you want it all to be in present tense, have someone double check you, go through line by line, make sure everything's in present tense. And with my mentors, present and past tenses shifts because it has consistency. You not always though, I admit. Yeah, like if you're having a flashback, then you could have a past tense, or if your character is thinking a thought about their future, it could be in future tense. But in general, the main story, minus those like a few exceptions, should be in a consistent tense. Now I'm wondering how much I screw up tense stuff without thinking. Yeah, we all have our weaknesses, right? That's why we have critique partners. That's why we have people reading stuff to catch things we miss. There is no writer, there is no creative who can do everything perfectly first try. It's just not possible. You past participles and stuff. Past participles, past particle, blah 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 blah. Fus Roda. All that divine force he created with his singing aimed at the trio, they subsequently scream in terror. The force sent them soaring. Woman, this twerp's not human at all. Man, I told you not to mess with that guy. Your ego is just so brittle. He didn't tell her that. Yeah, James did not say that. Your ego is just so brittle. Cat Pokemon. He's fighting someone that's almost subparing a Mewtwo. Is that? No, I'm not sure, because hey, I was already wrong about like 1 or 2 words today. Okay, so it's fighting something that's almost putting down a Mewtwo, making a Mewtwo look weak. Okay. I think it's part of the process to mess up and go back rewriting until we cannot see our mistakes anymore. Yep. I like to use past tense. The idea is that the action happened, so while it is happening to Barry in the present, her brain is taking a moment to process, thus making it past tense. I think they'll use this subpar as a descriptor, subpar-ing, to make seem subpar. Yeah, that's what I said. I'm like a little unfamiliar with it. That's why I'm like, sometimes some of the words here are a little jarring. They don't seem quite natural. They're not flowing right. So just even saying like Meowth, like you're fighting something that makes a Mewtwo look weak, might be like make more sense sentence structure wise. That's like sometimes there's just an odd word or two. All 3, but never mind that. We're blasting off again. Mahi, how many pages are we at? We're at 10, so I'll find a good little space here. Mahi directly gazes at the horizon, reminding himself of that goofy trio's failed attempts. He simply lets out a chuckle, shakes his head horizontally, and sighs. You don't need to shake his head horizontally. If he's shaking his head, we know it's left to right. We already know it. Used to hearing things like dog walking and low, mid, high diff these days in that context. Maybe Zoomer modern Zoomer dialect. That's what I'm like. I sometimes ask like when it was the earlier phrase. I'm like, is this slang? Is this just slang I'm unfamiliar with? Because sometimes that does happen. Sometimes you might notice something, you might critique it, and it's like, actually, no, that does make sense, right? I was even had the 17, but that was a reference to something, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's just a reference I don't understand. Sometimes there can be slang we don't understand, and that's all fine. Diff these days in that context, which you still don't quite understand. Means difficulty. Yeah, so it's low difficulty, mid difficulty, high difficulty. Meh, that bit never gets old. The Eevee, who had to witness the chaos unfold, felt its quivering fear slowly unraveling into a relieving, yet wide-eyed astonishment. Then stepped closer to the boy, showing its trust by nuzzling its head affectionately, as if they were trying to thank him. Eevee, affectionate tone, V. Boy's gaze slowly softens as he turned around and takes a glance at the little fox. Upon closer inspection, it had a tuft of hair sticking around her head. Though it might sound nifty, there's something that hints at their identity. Mahi crouches down and carries the Eevee by its hands. As soon as its tail flicked upward, he saw that the beige tip of the tail had a flowery pattern at the top view, while a heart-shaped one for all the other angles. Mahi, well, I'll be damned, so you're a girl, eh? So if he doesn't realize she's a girl till... What does it might sound nifty mean? That's something like there's just weird words. Though it might sound nifty, there's something that hints at their identity. Okay, so Mahi crouches down and carries the Eevee with his hands. As soon as his tail flicked upward, he saw that the beige tip of the tail had a flowery pattern. So the tip of the tail has a flower pattern, and a heart-shaped one for all the other angles. I don't remember Eevee's having that. It's another way of saying neat. Yeah, I know nifty. I know what it means. But it's not, it doesn't sound correctly here. That's what I'm saying. There's things that don't sound natural. I'm like, where's the maid? No. Yeah, the character's name happens to be Nifty. Let's go Eevee reference. It's used there. That feels about 40 years older than other word choice. Yeah. Though it might sound neat. So even if you're saying like, oh, it sounds like neat. Right? Even that, though it might sound neat, there's something that hits at their identity. Even that doesn't make sense. That doesn't sound right. There's just odd word choices sometimes. See, even that's... I honestly think, though it might sound odd, there's something that hits at their identity. But even that, it's a weird sentence. I would just say... God, what is it? On closer inspection, had a tuft of hair sticking around her head. There's something that hints at their identity. Why are we going from hair sticking around her head to there's... The tail tip has the indicator. Inconsequential might be a better choice. It could be. I'm just saying, like, I don't even think we need it. But yeah, if it does stay there, it's a little funny sentence. But why do we go from hair sticking around her head to the tail? Well, he says, well, I'll be damned, so you're a girl, eh? The Eevee coos proudly as if her answer is a constitutional declaration of the forest. Eevee says, V. Eevee. You don't have to say of the forest. Eevee coos proudly as if her answer is a declaration. Is a constitutional declaration. But it's not really of the forest. Yeah, it might, the Eevees have the same gender difference. Yeah, there's boy Eevees and girl Eevees. I know that. I'm just wondering, why do we go from the hair tuft to the tail? As a Pikachu. What are the gender differences with a Pikachu? What? Differences with Pikachu. God, am I gonna say something bad here? Please no. with, let's do Eevee. Okay, yeah, so there's the mention with the tail. There's also, I'm not seeing anything about the hair. Hold on. Not realize they put gender differences into Eevee's admittedly tail tip. The nerd in me is saying Eevee isn't wrong, but the actual way it comes out in the show is Eevio Evoi. Blue Women's stream caught in 4K. No, don't look at me. So yeah, it seems like there is a gender difference with the tail. I'm not fighting you on that. So Mahi's enough of a Pokemon nerd to know this, but you're saying he barely knows Pokemon. Hello. Different hair features, if I remember right. Yeah, oh my god. And hey, welcome on in. What I'm just confused about is why did we go from a tufted hair around her head to now there's if the sex indicator for Eevee's is the tail pattern, why are we looking at the hair? Why are we looking at the head? Oh. If you know the gender differences, you're a Pokemon nerd. Absolutely, because I didn't know those little art differences. He didn't complete the Pokedex. A lot of fans didn't complete the Pokedex. You're saying he only knew a handful of Pokemon, but he knows the gender differences between an Eevee's tail? It's just a little inconsistent. Put that into the story earlier so people know what's going on. Yeah. I would say either act like this character doesn't know anything about Pokemon, or act like he's at least basically aware. He's semi-fluent in Pokemon. Because the readers will kind of know, like, basic stuff. They'll know Team Rocket, they'll know a Meowth, they'll know an Eevee, they'll know the main ones. Okay, so he is semi-fluent. In that case, I'm not sure, for just being semi-fluent, he would know the gender indicator based off the tail pattern artwork for Eevee's. Yeah, I think maybe we're fighting over what amount of Pokemon knowledge is normal. Because I think he only played Let's Go Eevee. So he would know an Eevee. He would know. Because before you said, oh, he didn't know it was an Eevee until it said its name. Because he didn't know an Eevee. But he does know an Eevee then. Because earlier he's interacting, he's hanging out with this Eevee. And it's not until it says its name that he's like, oh, it's an Eevee. But if he played like a Let's Go Eevee, he would at least know, he would know what an Eevee is. So be consistent with what your character would realistically know. And I think it depends, right? If this is just a fun project for you and a few friends, you guys might know that stuff, right? Because this might be a character that you and your friends, right? This might not be for publication. There's no normal amount of Pokemon knowledge. Every bit of it is progressive stages of nerdery. Well, I would say... How would I do this? Like, somebody, like, there could be a mom who barely knows anything, and she still calls them, like, oh, you like the Pokemons? And she, like, says it plural like that. And she might know, like, oh, yeah, there's a yellow one, and then there's, like, a cute one, and they're based on animals. That would be a very minimal amount of knowledge. She knows Pokemon exist. She might be able to recognize the main ones on posters without knowing their names. That's minimal knowledge. Having no knowledge might be like, oh, I don't know what that's called. I don't know. They're all Pikachus. I've heard of that a lot. You have the evolutions hanging from the mirror in your car. Yeah, and then like having a general knowledge, you probably interacted with the medium a bit because it's such a popular franchise. You know some of the main ones. You know a Pikachu, you know an Eevee. They have been called Pikachu's, Charizards, and idiots. Oh no. You might be able to like point and recognize some without remembering their name. You'd be like, oh, I know that one. Like what? It's one of the starter ones, and so I'd be like, oh, it's a Bulbasaur, and you'd be like, oh yeah. Um, flipping Purloin. Um, some people might have only interacted with the TV show. Some people might have outgrown it and then didn't watch the new TV show, so they don't know about a lot of the mega evolutions. Right? I was asking that stream that I didn't know the mega evolutions. Um, so their information might be limited based on what time they stopped interacting with the media. Um, some people might have played the games and be aware of like things that happen in the games. Um, this year-old got in the back seat, saw Eevee screams, Charizard! I love Charizard! At all your Eevees. Uh, or even, okay, kid, you love Charizard. Mahi is a noob Gen 1er. Well, no, it starts and stops with the gotta smash them all so. The games are all canonically in a multiverse. Okay, so you are a nerd. Says I never got to play the games. So I never played the games. So my knowledge of the games is very I know like some memes of it that other people have told me because they had like money to buy the Pokemon games when they were kids. But I don't know a lot of that happens in the games. So yeah, I think it's just a scale. Like what would realistically this character know? And that's not just something for here. That's in things to ask your characters in general. Like, yeah, do your characters know the basic history of your world's universe? Or are they just from a small village and they have, like, village gossip? They know the general workings of how their kingdom works, but they might not know stuff for the whole universe. Is that realistic for your character? What else did I say? But, like, yeah, just think of oh, hello, and welcome on in. I hope you enjoy hanging out with us here. We're doing a storytime critique, people submitting part of their stories, and then I read through it, and I try to give critique and help in ways to like make it a little bit of a stronger story. So hello, welcome in. Oh, you even know where the multiverse thing was revealed, Sir Chatty Matty. You are definitely a nerd. I say affectionately, Lord knows I'm a nerd. I did not have the money to be a nerd with the Pokemon games when I was a little baby cryptid. But yeah, you can go and find ways to insert all that into the story as it goes along. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes it matters what the medium is for. I think MSM said this is for a fun project for them and their friends. This isn't to be published. This isn't to be read to like a wide target audience. This is just for like them and like a few friends who are probably already in this project. So in that sense, knowing that that's the target audience, just them and a handful of friends, right? You might not need, as long as the friends understand it, then it will be stuff that passes, right? This is an OC the friend group has come up with, and they're just having fun writing this group story with an OC for them to hang out, interact with, and have fun with. Then is it achieving that? And probably yes, probably they are having fun with it. I haven't touched my writing since the last time I caught your stream. Triangle! What are you doing? Oh my goodness, that's funny. Honestly, I've never heard that mentioned. What? There's a Pokemon multi... See, that's why I don't know about that stuff. Because I think it's in, like, in the games. I think there's even, like... Isn't there a multiverse thing now with, like, Legend of Zelda? Isn't there a time break? There's, like, parallel dimensions or something in Legend of Zelda. And not with the newest games. I think it's been established for, like, some of the earlier games that happened. So I'm like, I don't know. That's why Team Rainbow Rocket is a thing. Rainbow Rocket? Dear God. You're about to bring that up too. with the Zelda title. I'm like, yeah, isn't there stuff with that now? That's what I'm saying. It depends on how much do you go down the rabbit hole. Would you know this? Some people just play a game or two. That's me. I've only played like a handful of games of Legend of Zelda. But I have friends who are nerdier about it, who've played more, who've interacted with the game more. They know more about that, and they've mentioned stuff like oh yeah, there's this. It splits off into two different timelines in this game, and then here it enters the multiverse, and then here we're seeing them interact with the multiverse and timelines in the newer games, and it's like, yeah. It's Team Rocket but merged with Team Magma, Aqua, Galactic, and Flare. Dear God. I'm not as big of a Pokemon fan as I thought. Do. I just stopped here to continue later. What page are we on? We are on page 9. Wait. No, we were past here. We are on page 10, and the Eevee's cooing proudly as if her answer is a declaration. Eevee says V, E-V. Mahi chuckles at the little vixen, amused at how quickly she developed some sort of liking for him. She leaped off of Mahi's hands with a fluttery hop and nuzzled her cheek against his, soft fur brushing warmly on his skin. Mahi chuckled, finding her affection a bit cute. So he's chuckling quite twice in the same paragraph, which is like, you don't need to repeat it twice. Giovanni made the Dark Avengers Pokemon. Chuckled. So she leapt off his hands, but then her cheek is again. Did she leap up? Is she like on his shoulders? Is she like on his chest? Wakata, you've made your point already, you cute little pecan. Suddenly he thought of an idea he was missing for the Eevee. Flashing back in the past, one of Mahi's past mentors, boyfriend, gave him I'm gonna guess you mean BF? You called him BF earlier. You're just an Assassin's Creed nerd. Still lost to a 10-year-old. Oh no! Gave him a Switch for Christmas, which had Let's Go Eevee. He was so excited to play the game as it was some of his past media he'd grown up with. So he went to his room, booted up the game on the TV, took a deep breath, and rolled with the introduction. When BF walked into his room, he saw on the screen that the Eevee had a heart tuft on its tail. His expression was priceless. Jaw dropped and eyes widened, fixated on the screen. BF yelled out in awe, "Dude, you're insanely lucky on your first playthrough." Mahi, how? It's just a normal... Oh, it has a heart tuft on its tail pattern. Don't know what it means, but hey, it's something. BF says, dude, that means they're a girl. Mahi says, okay, neat, but I guess, but how is it surprising? BF says female Eevees are usually rarer than males. How rare are we talking? The gender ratio? BF says 12.5%. Mahi says, Masaka. Too many males in the Eevee community, that's for sure. Heh, yeah, dude. So yeah, this whole scene could have been earlier, and that would have explained, like, oh, he did play it. He does recognize Eevees. Made in the city, knockout, evil tusk. But anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, this whole scene, I think you could rearrange your scenes here. This, giving all the info now, after we've already experienced everything, I'm like, now it's too late. Flashing back, he blinks 2 times as he snaps out of his daydreaming. Eevee cooed to him to get her attention. That doesn't quite make sense. The Eevee cooed to him to get his attention, tilting her head with a slight hint of confusion within her expression. Eevee says, V? He says, oh, nothing to worry about, sport. I was just thinking if I should name you and stuff. I can just treat you like some other Eevee out there. I'm an idea he was missing for the Eevee. Even just phrases like flashing back in the past instead of just saying flashback. But yeah, it's just for fun. I could see for fun, for just hanging out with your friends and talking about an OC and characters. You know, like yeah, you don't have to have like the greatest, most groundbreaking text, but I am trying to like fix a few things that are wonky. That's what I'm saying. Flashing back in the past is a little wonky. Doesn't read right. But just saying flashback from the past might, I don't know. There's just like a little like wonky sentence structure sometimes. I feel like I'm not giving too much critique on developmental editing, which is what I'm better at. It's the big picture stuff. That rearranging your scenes was the biggest edit I've done. Yeah, blast from the past. Normally, a blast from the past is normally like if you're interacting with like like if someone like you knew from middle school suddenly recognizes you in the middle of a Starbucks when you're an adult, you'd be like, oh hey, what a blast from the past, I recognize you. But yeah, so I feel like that's the biggest developmental. Everything else I've done has really just been like being nitpicky over word choices and stuff and how things are just a little bit off. Remembering conversation from his past and then going into that. Yeah, that might be a more natural way to say it. That might be more natural. I wish they would have fixed it. Of Odyssey, Hala, and Syndicate, but that's... Oh, you guys talking about Assassin's Creed. Odyssey, Assassin's Creed. Okay. Oh, wait, my model wasn't tracking. There we go. So anyway, I feel like we're now past the 10 pages. And I feel like we got one big edit of like, hey, this scene should be arranged. So I feel like for now, that's where I'm gonna stop here. But thank you, I was gonna say MXTX. I'm like, no, that's an author's name. What am I doing? MSM. There we go. Thank you, MSM, for submitting. I hoped some of it helped, but as a general thing, I would say like go back over this with either yourself or with another friend and look at the word choices used. Look at the sentences, because some of the sentences and dialogue are a little wonky. And I think for next time, if you submit again for critique, rather than focusing on those little wonky words, I'd love to instead like help you just with more of the story. That's what I'm better at. That's where I think you're gonna get more help from me with. And like moving those scenes around like we did here. So I figure that I think if you have like somebody else who can catch it a bit easier, fix up the words, fix up all those little wonky sentence structures, and then we can go through it and we can rearrange your scenes a bit better if necessary. So that might be the only one. The rest of the book could be perfect. I don't know. But I would say, like, as a suggestion, have somebody who can go through and nitpick that a bit better. But otherwise, that is my critique. I hope it helped a little bit. I think that rearranging just your scene would help a lot. So I'm going to go ahead and get out of this for now. But thank you so much for submitting. It is a little bit intimidating, and I want everyone to remind everyone in the chat too, it is intimidating having your work up and having people critique it. So when we are critiquing it, even though we're pointing out something wrong, still be nice about it. And I think you guys are normally pretty good about it, so thank you guys for being such good raccoons. So let's go in. So that was what we did. MSM. Now it... Oh. Am I behind? What happened? We have edit 2 of the sleeping cure. Let me see here. See more thoughts into it. Is there anyone next? We finally reached the other chapters. Let's go. Okay, that's right. It's Bob's next. This is the sleeping cure. Bob, I believe this is your one that you submitted for today. Let's see how long this is. This is 16 pages, so full disclosure, I might not get the full 16 pages done today. We're just going to read a little bit of an intro, and I'll try to give 1 or 2 critiques. My normal thing I'm betting at is more developmental editing. It's big story picture. If I notice wonky things, you just saw me do with MSM and a few others, I'll point out little wonky things, but I'm not the best grammar person. I'm not the best So, Cryptid, do you have a lot queued up? I have a couple. I think one or two others have submitted, and then Chatty Matty has some too. God, I don't know how long I'm streaming tonight. But hey, Author Relic, I always love seeing your stuff. We love hearing from you. Do you have something you want read too? Do you want to have it in the queue? Do you prefer developmental editing through the manuscript or the outline? That's a wonderful question, and thank you so much. Do you just like being called? Oh, it's not girly. It's girthly possessions. I'm just gonna call you girly possessions. Um. Oh my Wi-Fi. There we go. It's not necessarily about what I prefer. I will say developmental edits for practicality reasons. The thing that's the least amount of crazy reworking and organizing, right? It's normally better to do it through the outline. Because what happens is if you just have a few things spaced out in an outline and then somebody gives you an edit like, hey, I think it should actually start here. It was just an outline, you're just getting rid of like a line, a sentence, a small paragraph, right? That's all you're getting rid of. If you already have written everything out in a rough draft, and then someone says, hey, I think you need to actually start here, now you're talking about deleting pages. You're talking about deleting multiple pages. You're talking about deleting a chapter. Sometimes several chapters, right? And sometimes that can be really, really hard on writers. That can be really tough. So having somebody that's go through and do a developmental edit just at an outline stage is sometimes mentally better. It didn't hold on to my microphone. I'm so sorry. I just was shifting in my chair. I'm sorry. What was I saying? And what positions sometimes possess significant girth? Yeah. But yes, yeah, that so normally from a writer's perspective to save yourself a lot of heartache on writing really pretty words and then having to maybe delete those pretty hard won words and chapters that you put your blood, sweat, and tears into, right? Sometimes it's nicer just to go through an outline. And absolutely, I've been here, I've loved working with outline. It's great. I think it's a really nice stage to work a developmental edit. That being said, do I also do more developmental edit focused things on these things, on like people have written stuff out? Absolutely, that's fine. I think that's the majority of the submissions here, is people writing stuff out and then giving it. Is that the best for a developmental edit? No, a well thought out developmental edit would be someone reads through the whole thing. They would read through your whole manuscript, which could be hundreds of pages, it could be hundreds of thousands of words. And then they look at the whole picture and they edit the whole picture. Do I do that on stream? No, I don't. I just read little snippets from you guys. Fuck take. Yeah, I try to give you guys like actual practical advice. I'm a writer too, right? I'm not a published author, but I am a writer. I love writing. I love making stories. So I try to give you guys like logical advice for getting your stories done. Yeah. A lot of peeps freeball their writing, no outline. I love, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I mentioned I've actually written my rough outlines, my rough drafts live on stream, because I believe in a shitty rough draft. And I'm like, I can't give you guys and tell you guys like, oh yeah, don't worry about how shitty your rough draft is, if I'm not willing to like step up to the plate, you know, own up to it. Hey, where's your shitty rough draft, Cryptid? I did 30 days of showing live on stream how do I fucking write a shitty rough draft. And I fully do believe that you can have for pantsers, that those are people who like freeball. They're not plotters, they're pantsers. They write by the seat of their pants. I fully believe in like you can just keep writing words out in an outline format. And peeps, you scare me. Yeah, I kind of just write. Yeah, so I think you should just stream of consciousness write, but in an outline format. Like how did I do it? It's not gonna be, this is just a quick deviation, but I'll do stuff like IDK what the main character is going to be called, but she's cool and hot and a cyborg. Somehow she's gonna fight a dragon. Because she's tough. How do we get to dragon? IDK, maybe quest. She's gonna go on quest with other cyborgs. Wait. Maybe she's the only cyborg. Maybe she's the last cyborg. So the group can't be cyborgs. They gotta be something else. But they gotta be dragon racist. Because they're fighting dragons. Right? Just write shit down. Just write shit down. And that's an outline. You're like, okay, I don't know all the outline steps yet, but here we go. There's going to be a main character. Here's a plot point. She's going to fight dragons. I think it's going to be in a group setting. Yes, there's a Discord. Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat when I was writing my stupid cyborg thing. But that is, that's how I do an outline, right? Just keep reading thought. That's how you do a rough draft. That's how you kind of do it by seat of your pants, right? I didn't know what I was writing. But you go through seat of your pants, but in an outline format. Rather than seat of your pants using all the frilly, perfect purple prose and everything else and the pretty words. Seat of your pants outline. And then by the end, then you fix it and you can edit it and then you'll make it pretty. And then you'll have something like, oh, scene 1, introduce character after fighting other mythical creature, a wyvern or something, right? And she turns in the thing and here it is. And then here's the inciting incident. Here's her meeting the group. And they're going to invite her to be a mercenary to fight the dragon. That's how you then fix it. Why you gotta be racist to dragons? Because they're gonna kill the dragon. Every dragon they're gonna kill. See, they're racist towards dragons. If you're out there murdering dragons, I'm sorry, you're a little dragon racist. I'm not gonna lie. The real battle was overcoming dragon racism. Apparently not, because they're gonna kill the dragon. I don't plan, I do. See, like that, just sit there, write down your fucking brain vomit, your word vomit, and then in an outline format. Don't start with, oh, my opening words. The cyborg wakes up outside the tavern. Her head pulsing. She thought from a hangover, but the blood suggested a head wound. I'm not over here, stream of thoughts, writing my pretty words, right? Because then the edit comes by, and then I'm gonna be like, shit, I don't want her outside a tavern. Taverns don't exist. The dragon already destroyed all taverns in the world. Taverns are extinct because the dragon is tavern racist, right? There's some stupid plot, right? Then I had to fix this. Here, this is easy to fix. This is word vomit. You can fix word vomit, no problem. This, doing all your fancy words, that's hard. That's hard, man. Be comfortable doing writing by the seat of your pants, but in a stupid outline format. Be comfortable, because this is easier to fix. It's easier to get rid of. Here, look, I'll do it right now. Look at me. Look at me. I'm crazy. I'm gonna delete it. I'm gonna delete it. It's all gone. Did it bother me? No, because it was just stupid bullshit I made up. It's fine to edit. You're a dragon racist because dragons enforce prohibition. Gotcha. A fun fact, Cyborg, also tavern racist. Oh no. So much racism in my creative fantasy. I gotta go reflect on that. I gotta go be a better person. I gotta go be a better cryptid. Fifth basilisk, cock and cheeses, and dragon. Dragon racism and chatty Maddie too. Dear God. You all meet in a tavern. Mirror scene to open. Let's go. But yeah, hopefully that answers the earlier things. Yes, there is a Discord to send the submissions in. Hold on, I'm just scrolling through chat real quick. Several people write at the same time in their own way, be it outline, stream of consciousness, or whatever thought. People are gonna judge me if I write the shittiest. Don't want to post it where others could copy. Got it. But I want to make my writing faster and less overwhelming. Yeah, see, and that's what I said. Like, that was me being pantser, but in an outline. I pants my outlines, and then I just fix my outlines. And then once I have a solid outline, then, well, then, hey, now I'm a plotter. Right now, I just follow whatever my finished thing was. I'm not Pot Oni, I'm a cryptid. I not notice you were live. Oh, hello, King. It's good to see you. Why do people only see me when I'm being dragon racist, apparently? Okay, I love dragons in real life. I'm sorry. So here we go. I may be a hunter, but even a hunter will pity a bird which has come to him seeking refuge. I'm holding down my mic. I'm not going to drop my mic this time. Theosilla came to me one stormy night, broken wind dragging on the ground as she hopped to me in the darkness. Maybe my torch fire caught that black, beady eye, or maybe it was fate, but Theosilla came to my cabin that night and never left. She couldn't leave at first, splint bitings gently wrapped around fragile, broken bird bones. But the wing never fully healed, and after too many hand feedings of grubs, too many cornmeal mush dinners, too many awful delicacies, my crow simply wouldn't leave. Okay, so this is a crow. I am no mother bird, regurgitating meals passed for her children as they cry out. But I have the sentimentality of men. What is weak, I make strong. Perhaps because I can. Perhaps because others looked after me when I was small and weak and full of hunger. My cabin is filled with traps and trophies of the strong. 4-foot-wide antlers from a rutting buck, pelts from the industrious beaver, the haughtiest feathers of the chisok. I don't know if I said that right. The softest mink fur, heavy with the musk of death. Theosilla, weak and flighty, roost over all of them. Cryptid diversifies into rap battles with all the mic drops. You're banned. Banned. Get out of here. Dang. Because you all my raccoons bully me. So far, just off the first few lines, the prose is strong. In my head, I'm wondering if this is the right starting scene, but the prose is strong. The prose is really good. Today, I walked the old forest, my mind skipping along in rhythm with Theosilla's pursuing short hops. Each disconnected thought tapping into the ebb and flow of the forest around me. Here, an angry blue jay. There, a newly fallen tree. I walk a deer path long abandoned. A trail of bare dirt through the disturbed leaves indicates a hefty critter preparing for winter hibernation. Judging by the tracks, a kumquata dripping with fat. I don't know if I said that right, but whatever. There was no path here yesterweek. A fresh trail, it might not walk this way again. If I can encourage it to continue to use this path, I should be able to catch it, render its fat into some tallow for soap and candles. I cut into a tomta tree and let it bleed out its sickly sweet sap into a handful of cornmeal. A tacky mass of blood-red sugar sap and cornmeal pasted against the tomta tree at nose height will be fine bait. Let the fur bag learn my scent, learn that I am a food bringer. I'm always a friend at first. I love that line. Holy shit. That's a really good line. We tied up and offered a raccoon goddess. Maddie feels conflicted about trash panda gods. I want to be here to begin with and just believed in positives. I must say, that's so amazing that you're recognizing that creative journey, right? I think it's a huge step for us as creatives, even if we feel really anxious about it, to step up and show up and be like, hey, yeah, I'm ready for critique. So one, that's a huge step. I'm proud of you to realize like, hey, when I was younger, I wouldn't be able to do this, but now I can. First of all, huge congrats, huge round of applause for MSM. Thank you so much for continuing your creative journey that way, for stepping up and wanting to improve and realizing this is a step of that. Full disclosure, right? I will admit it is scary. It's really scary getting critiqued. And this is probably one of the scariest ways to do it, doing it live on stream in front of other people. Not even a lot of times when you get critique, you're just trusting like one other person. And if that one other person is mean or whatever, right, then you just won't trust them again. But it's scary enough just trusting one-on-one individuals. And you're actually trusting a community here. So first of all, you kind of chose you chose the hardest core level to start off with, so big props to you as MSM. That is fantastic. I used to want critique of my stuff, then I got annoyed at people instantly going, why are there colors? My poor eyes. Oh, did you do like a visual medium? Are you an artist? Is that why? But last time I actively asked, hey, can you look at my chapter 1? I kind of want to redo it. And instead they looked at chapter 20, said I have no idea what's going on, and complained I didn't make it obvious enough. Yeah, see, that's why sometimes finding good critique partners is really, really hard. And I'm never promising I always am, but I try to be the best critique partner I can be. And it's always going to be a learning process for me, but hey, it's also a learning process for all of us here. Now, for the specific story, I enjoyed the idea of using color. Hold on. For characters speaking, so certain characters had certain colors. That's interesting. I could see why maybe if somebody had trouble reading the color, like if the colors were really light, like yellow on a white thing, maybe it would have been hard for them to read it. But that's an interesting idea. With middle school, with my writing, that's how I realized shitty writing exists, and it's very easy to make. Oh. Is there a place I can post a pic of Barry? Let's see. Do I have a place like that? I think people post pics of artwork and stuff for their books just in the writing category. You can just do it there. That's fine. Stopped caring when I finally went, fine, here's a version with no colors, and they still complained. So I just went back to writing with colors how I like. Yeah, that's why, like I said, finding those good critique art, people who understand the vision you're trying to do, regardless of whether or not it's like, there are some things that I don't like, right? Even Chatty Matty, right? I try to give them the best critique I can, but I give the disclosure, I'm not a sci-fi person. I'm more of a fantasy person. They're writing fantasy sci-fi. So I try to put myself like, what is the actual advice here? What's a personal bias? And what is actual critique? And I really try to watch myself. I think I even told someone, we were critiquing someone's poem, and I gave critique and feedback, and then I mentioned, oh, one of these is a personal bias. I just don't like this word here. But I don't think it's actually bad. I think most readers would be fine with it. I think that's a personal bias of me. And then I went on, I continued giving normal feedback, right? So finding someone who aligns with what you're trying to do is important. But yeah, sorry. I ended on the note, I'm always a friend at first. That's a fucking hardcore line. So on top of critique, I also try to point out things that I think are really awesome. I think that line's fucking good. Theosilla investigates, as she always does, but I snatch her probing beak away from the tack before she undoes my handiwork. Ka! An indignant ruffle of feathers as she squirms my encompassing hands. Yes, of course, my cruelty knows no limits, as usual. I set Theosilla firmly on my shoulder where she stays, Kong protests directly into my right ear. So in this, I snatch her probing beak away. I think you could push her probing beak away, but if you're snatching her, snatching means like grabbing, like lifting her up. I wouldn't snatch a bird by the beak. You might snatch the bird, you might like snatch them by the body, but you could snatch the bird or you could push the beak away. That might be a bias against the word quiet. Banned. No kidding. I was just pointing out the repetition of words, and now author Relic always like, oh, Cryptid hates my use of the word quiet and quietly. Poor author Relic. Maybe the bird's just snatched. Oh. Snatch the beak by detaching it from the burb. Triangle's fucking evil over here. Cryptid hates my quiet. Say that. This is gonna haunt me for forever. This is gonna, if I become an editor, this is gonna haunt my editing career path. People are gonna be like, don't ever write the word quiet near this one blue cryptid editor. And people will be like, what? Why? And then Author Relic's gonna be like, don't do it. Don't do it. Like the ghost of Author Relic's gonna appear behind them like, don't do it. Quietly. Got your nose trick gone wrong. Oh no. So yeah, that would be a slight edit I suggest here. Either push her probing beak away or snatch her away from the tack before she undoes my handiwork. That's just a slight little suggestion. The bird, unfortunately, is bad luck, one of her many talents. She always has been from the first day I took her in. Theocilla's mere presence has spoiled my grain stores, emptied my traps, and pulled in the worst weather I'd ever seen in my time out in Tausch. Tausch? So I'm not sure if you're aware, in this chat I mentioned before, I purposely do not mention the amount of cats I have, let alone that the Cryptid family has. And you guys wouldn't be able to figure out. I mentioned like, oh, in the future you guys might be able to figure it out from the cat pics I post, if you guys eventually count them all up. But I actually haven't posted pics of all the cats, so not yet, you can't. But there's a lot of cats, and one of my babies, Lupin, loves eating plastic. The problem is, he will throw up and vomit everywhere every time he eats plastic. Does that stop the cute little fucker? No, it doesn't. So every time I fucking hear plastic, I try so hard to get rid of plastic. This fucker will go into trash barrels. He will open up trash bags looking for plastic. If he saw me put plastic in there, he'll then realize, oh, Mama put plastic in that trash bag and closed the lid. I should knock over this trash container, rip open the plastic garbage bag, search for the plastic and eat it. And if I can't find it, I'll just start eating the plastic trash bag. Like, what? Dear God, this cat. His brother is Lucius. So I adopted the two. They're my little werewolf and vampire, and they are Lucius and Lupin. And then the other pair of brothers that are kind of family cats are Ghost and Baba, and those are Luna's kids. She had 4, but we gave 2 to a family friend because we did not want to keep 4 baby kittens and Luna. But yeah, Luna's kids are Baba and Ghost, short for Baba Yaga and Ghost. The girl cat didn't really chitter. If she did, there was a roach that got inside. Oh no! So ever heard the chitter in the middle of the night? Warned be gone. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. She was fucking fiend for Apple charging cables and Q-tips. Oh no. Is a cat discovering the joys of junk food? I would hear a slight noise at night and had to go grab it to remove whatever was in mouth. Do any of you guys' cats vomit in like in a place that you like will step on in the dark when you wake up in the morning? Is that anyone else's cat? Is that just my cats? Fucking asshole cats. They're lucky they're cute, I'll tell you that. They're lucky they're cute. So, time out in Tulsh. I should rid myself of useless burdens, but I've invested too much time into this bird's well-being. She rates an occasional ride on the shoulder. I make my way through between rivers and beaver trap. I check some simple snares along the way. Small game keeps me alive when food is scarce and the traps don't produce. One snare has been tripped. Someone who knows hunting more than me. Don't simple snares still count as traps? Or are traps just the more hardcore metal ones? Oh god, I had to vomit. Quick to the bed. Could I have made it to the pillow? Work. Do any of you, so you were mentioning the bug earlier, have your cats ever brought you a bug? Like you're petting them and you're like, oh, what's up, baby? And they're like purring and stuff, and then they open their mouth and the bug crawls out and they drop it in your bed. Um, Snares would be a form of trap, but he's making a distinction here. Okay, that's what I was curious about. I didn't know too much about hunting, so sometimes I ask you guys. Do Lucius and Lupin have any connection to Remus Lupin and Lucius Malfoy? So does Lucius have fur cats? Listen. Maybe Baby Cryptid was a Harry Potter fan. I don't know what you want from me. I was actually so upset. We had a family tradition. All the cats were named after gods and goddesses. And the dogs were named after food, but whatever. So all the cats were named after gods and goddesses for years in my family. Years and years. All the cats named after gods and goddesses. And those two, Mama Cryptid was pulling them up. They were on a Facebook post from adoption site. Because I wanted to have new kitties. I'd finally gone over the loss of my previous cat, who had made it to well past 20. And I was finally, after a few years, I was like, okay, yeah, I want to have cats again. And are you outing me? Yeah, exactly. Shut the fuck up, Jenny. And they were a bonded pair. I was only looking for one cat, but they were a bonded pair. So Mama Cryptid pulled up, and it was like a little slideshow. Mama Cryptid was like, look at this one. And she showed Lupin. And he didn't look like a cat. He looked like a little werewolf, right? He looked like a little wolf cat. Not like the actual breed wolf cat, but he looked like a little werewolf. He had the gray and black coloring. And like, the big eyes, and he was like a little bobblehead kid. And Mama Cryptid was like, oh, he looks like a little werewolf. What if you named him Lupin? And I'm like, oh, that's so cute. That's so cool. And then she scrolled over to the next one, the bonded pair, the brother, which was an all-black cat. Tall. He looked so regal. He looked so handsome. And she goes, and this one looks like a little vampire to the werewolf. You should call him Lucius, because that's a good vampire name. And I'm like, but that's like the Harry Potter thing, and those aren't god and goddesses' names. But then you look at them, and you just saw them, and you're like, oh, but those should be their names. Like, there's a breed, yeah, so it doesn't look like the official breed wolf cat. It looks like if wolf cats looked better. He looks like a little werewolf cat. Not the official TM, the trademark breed, but just if you think of a cat was a werewolf, that's what he looks like. And so I went to them, because the person was fostering them, and I sat down with them, and those were my two bootleg wolf cat. Premier specialty. He was the perfect wolf cat. I think he looks better than the wolf cat breed. He genuinely looks so fantastic. He's an amazing werewolf. And we called them those names, and as babies, they instantly knew. They were like, yep, my name is Lupin, and the other was like, my name is Lucius. They got it. So their name, that's just their names. Thank you for the hydrated diatrate. Here we go. There is your sippy. Fuck you. You guys are encouraging me. Poop stuck out his butt for scared I ran after using the litter box. Oh no. Okay, hold on. I'm focused. Okay, fine. You redeemed focus. Fine. So in this case, you're distinguishing snares from traps. One snare has been tripped. A limp line of hemp thread leads to a wren in a bush, perched and calm. Its breath is heavy, but it doesn't flee from my grasping hand. Did you fight hard to escape the snare, little one, or have you simply accepted your fate? Grabbing hold of the string with one hand and the wren with the other, I hold its wings closed and pull on the slip thread until the knot undoes itself. Am I... Hold on. Is that right? Am I fucking stupid? Is that the right way to spell it? Is that undoes? I know undo. Undo looks right. Okay, so I guess it is. It looks right. Dear God, why does that look wrong to me? It's just one. It's past 1 a.m. here. Didn't see the word in question. I'm sorry, I didn't know those were bad. Haha. What was bad? What? No, nothing was bad here. I don't know why. You guys ever look at a word and it just looks wrong to you? Printed stump by a verb. Just I'm like, oh, until the knot undoes itself. And then I'm like, is that undoes? Is that undoes? What is that right? It just stumped me for a minute. My brain, it's past 1 a.m. here. And as the night goes on, my brain's gonna work a little less. So I was just double checking, like, that's right. Right? You guys ever had to check a word that you know, but you're like, maybe I don't. Undees, undoes. Too small to be worth the trouble of cooking. In the past, I would have simply lifted my hand and the wren would take flight. Today, I wring its neck and toss the bird back to Theosilla, who pecks at it, testing. I reset the snare and then pause a moment, watching as Theosilla eats. A bird eats so unlike other animals, always curious of what's happening around them. Quick bites, then the head jerks upward, watching. She goes for the head and neck first, tearing off feathers, exposing the meat underneath. A sharp beak and some small violences tear off strips of flesh, wetting her mouth with strings of raw meat. I've seen a hawk eat. They hold the animal down with their talons the whole time, as though fearful that it might get up and run away while being devoured. Theosilla lacks all such practicality. The wren rolls around on the forest floor with each bite, only for Theosilla to toss it in the air again with the next. I wait. The entrails are well and fully spread, and I think of my father going to the old imperial priest, asking for signs and prophecy. I am no Haruspex, but who knows? Maybe Theosilla has the talent. Oh, is this for this world? Again, am I dumb? Is that a real word? I turn down into verbs. I turn words sour. So that could be, in my head, I'm assuming this is a word made for this world. In this world, might be a unique thing. If that is a real word, I'm so sorry. It's a real word for a reader of entrails. That's fucking so cool. Hey, I learned something new today. I've relearned how to spell undoes, because apparently I fucking forgot. And hey, I learned something new today. This is exciting. Maybe Theosilla has the talent. Do the gods favor us today, goodly bird? Theosilla hops over to me, beak red and wet. I clean it off with a bit of char cloth, and again we set down the deer path. I come to the first beaver crossing of the day, and reach down into the water and pull on a rope attached to a steel foot trap. The resistance is good, but something feels off. And by catch, I reel the trap in, and an object the shape of a beaver surfaces, but the weight is wrong in my hands as I lift it out of the water. I feel the texture of wood. My beaver trap has caught a sculpture. Sunset. Chatty Matty. Banned. Instead of sun's light, I've read it as sun's light, and I'm like, that's fucking badass. Hi, Callie, what's up? So the beaver trap has caught a sculpture. It's smooth, swollen, yet tingling with arcane residue. I am not holding nature's handiwork. The faint taste of magic sparkles on my tongue as I trace the gratuitous flourishes of detail with my fingers. I'm wondering here, this is a little hint, the faint, like a little suggestion, not full critique, just a suggestion. We're sliding this on again. You guys are so mean. Banned. The faint taste of magic sparkles on my tongue as I trace the blank of detail with my fingers. That sounds normal, but having gratuitous and flourishes together. Oh, hello. Thank you for following, Andre. I hope you like it here. Have fun. Hang out. We're a calm place when I'm not fucking up. So gratuitous and flourishes together feels, I don't know what the word to say. It feels a little like too much, too close together. I'd maybe just leave the flourishes of detail with my finger. No, I don't know, something about those two together feels a little off to me. I recoil, unnatural, wrong. It stinks of fey magic. Oh, I love it. I do admit my biases. Like I said earlier, like, oh, I'm not the best with sci-fi. Penny submitted their work one time, one of the people I collab with. Um, and I mentioned like, oh, that it had Alice in Wonderland and Fae stuff in it. I'm like, oh, that's two of the biggest things. I love it. I love it. I love Fae stuff. I love Alice in Wonderland stuff. I'll see you again. If I see you on again, we'll likely stop in. Thank you so much, Andre, and have a wonderful night. I don't have a basement to put the corpses in. We live in Florida. Go away. No. Super popular, but for some reason it passed me by like Homestuck. So I know there's the huge increase in face stuff now for romantasy. A lot of people are liking the sexy romance fantasy stuff for Fae. It's not my cup of tea. I haven't read a lot of I don't read a lot of romance fantasy stuff. It's just not my cup of tea. That doesn't mean it's bad. It's just not my cup of tea. I like a lot of stuff of like older works with Fae. Mama Cryptid actually part of me and Roots. We're both named after fairies. Because they'll flood. So basements are normally below ground level, and when we're in Florida, when you have a lot of tornadoes and flooding and we're surrounded on multiple sides by the coast, there's a lot of flooding issues. So we do have garages, we do have attics, we do have attached sheds. There's not going to be a lot of basement construction in Florida unless you're like on one of the small hills that we have here. So there's not. Stop calling me out, Author Relic. Yeah, a lot of modern face stuff. I won't say all of it, but a lot of it is smut. I do like a lot of the classic face stories. I think you can do a lot of fun things when you have these magical beings close with nature that follow different rules than us. Follow different rules of not just society, but of reality. Stop giving my jokes. Basements in Florida would just be gator breeding pools, absolutely. So yeah, the Floridians don't have a lot of basements. So I think it only got to me chatting about it because I'm like, oh, there was a thing before. I was arguing with some English teacher here in Florida when I was in school. No, I don't. Anyway, because they were saying we were reading a short story with a cellar, and there was something with an unreliable narrator happening. In this story, in the short story we were reading in class here in Florida, in a Florida school. And there are many hints that I agreed made the narrator unreliable. But one of the things was he was talking about how the narrator, the main character, went out of the house, into the backyard, and into the cellar. And he's like, you see, and that doesn't make sense. See, so that's part of the unreliable narrator. How did he get into the cellar? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a cellar. And he's like, yeah, like what you can enter like a basement area from inside your house. You can go down the steps. Why would you go outside the house? And I'm like, a basement and a cellar are fucking different. Are you dumb? I didn't say those words. I was in high school. I didn't say that to this teacher. It's like an RTS building. Yeah, during flooding, if your houses get flooded and you have anything that's open, it could absolutely be stuff if you're near the coast where gators could enter the house. That's why sometimes when the flood waters haven't gone down yet, it's dangerous for you to enter there, right? Not just because of toxins and pollutants and electricity or anything going in the water. That's why you shouldn't be in the water. There could absolutely be gators there. And after hurricanes and storms, gators will be in places they normally aren't in because the waters rose. The gators were in the water, and then the water went down, and now the gators in a new place, because now the water went away. So absolutely, you were accurate, Jane. Good job. But anyway, what was I saying? So the teacher was like, what are you talking about? You enter those downstairs units from inside your house. And I'm like, no, a cellar is up north. And I think also in, not just north, it's also in the west coast of the U.S., central and west coast of the U.S., because they have stuff like tornadoes and hurricanes, and they don't have flooding, so you can absolutely leave the house, and there's like that thing that's kind of, it's not quite parallel with the ground, but it's like a little bit raised. And you enter your cellar from outside. Like, that's how you fucking do it. That's not being an unreliable narrator. You Floridians are just weird as fuck. And the teacher had to look it up, and they were like, oh, I didn't realize you could enter cellars from outside. I thought it was like a basement. And I'm like, no, if they meant a basement, they would have wrote fucking basement. Sorry, that's what adult me would say. I did not say that. Sorry, Audrey. I'll get back to it. Florida just waits for the Florida man to pull the sword from the alligator excaligator. No, we just apparently send them at drive-thrus to people. What was I saying? Had finally made it here. The RR plague. I think our elephant had finally made it here. Kitarino. If the water's wet, it has alligators. Yep, absolutely. But the main character winds up going full Fae, dealing with Fae fairy stuff, so you know, to each their own. Oh. I've been there, I'm just being this. Anyway, what was I saying? How those teachers' wrong stories go. This, I feel like I've gotten lucky with a lot of my English teachers, but I was just pointing out, I'm like, hey, everything else makes sense, but that's perfectly normal for them to go outside and then into their cellar. This swamp ain't big enough for the two of us. Every gator. Oh, gators get along pretty well with each other. Not like the bestest. They're not over there like having afternoon tea with each other. But no, there can be an area with like hundreds of gators. I went there just last week. There's a preserve thing, and you get to go through. And we each time we drive through, we actually count how many gators we can see, and it's very normal for it to be in the hundreds, multiple hundreds. It's an amazing place. It's super cool. Anyway. So I was wondering here, so I recoil, unnatural, wrong, it stinks of Fae magic. I was very interested to say it's unnatural, so it's Fae magic. Some people would argue Fae are the closest, they are the most natural, just not bound to our reality, so this is very interesting. But it's a wee bit hard to figure which one is readable and which one is an Among Us. Live near clear water. Oh. Bugs everywhere. Giant-ass bugs and spiders and roaches. Yeah, so you understood the fear. I was going to say here in Florida, our roaches fly. So a cat drops a roach, it crawls around, then it flies at you. But in Texas, Florida, the bugs are bigger, 100%. And then in Australia, then things are just bigger. So Australia and like Florida, the bugs are fucking huge. It's crazy. So Andre, you get it. Andre, why'd you leave me here? Andre! Roaches call nifty! So fishing a dead rodent out of the water is not a particularly pleasant task, but rarely is it an unsettling one. This whimsical carving, on the other hand, threatens deadly mischief, and it's robbed me of a potential catch. I lay the sculpture down and called it the Oscilla, though I don't know what I'm expecting. Will she draw back in hatred? Investigate? Left the office by the road and walked towards the house. Ground looked to be covered with leaves. Nope. Oh, I already knew as soon as you said the ground looked like it was covered with leaves. Nope. Tree roaches. Wind blew, roaches flew. I fucking left. Yeah, I was on a walk one night, and I went to this one part of the street, and we have a lot of trees in our neighborhood, so it wasn't unusual. There was this one part, and I thought it was just a lot of leaves on the street there, so I was going to cross the street. I made it like 2 steps in, and then I realized, like, wait a second, and then I blinked. Every single leaf I saw was not a leaf. It was a really big, very alive roach. And I, like, freaked, and I couldn't go back now. I couldn't go forward. Everywhere I was just booking it. I just had to commit at that point, so I, like, flew across the street. And I just ran the rest of the way home. I was so terrified. Oh no. Vox, anyone else got anything to say? Valentino, I'm from fucking Florida. Smash! Palmetto roaches, yeah. Florida's the only place I ever saw a spider do kung fu to avoid getting squished with a broom. Yeah, they're terrifying here. I'm so glad you left. Don't come back, they'll get you. They have a hit list for everyone who leaves. Theosilla hops on top of a small pile of leaves on the way over, showing a brief flash of wings when the pile collapses under her weight. She hops around the beaver, paying it no attention, but looks at me expectantly. Sighing, I stand up and set out again on my route, checking the rest of the traps. Each trap is similarly clamped to a finely shaped wooden beaver. There's nothing for it. The Fae will do as they will, and we in the Outlands must endure. Can we just applaud Charlie for literally muting Vox? And now he's an iPad. He's an iPad kid. I like this sentence. The season turns to Rumash, the time when the elvish enclaves open up to trade. It's time to visit Urbifort. Urbifort? Oh, fuck. Ow, 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 wait. Sorry, hold on. Ow, 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 ow. Something's hurting me. Something's hurting me really fucking bad. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. Hold on. Sorry, this model's gonna stare at you for a second. Owie, that hurt. The drawstring on my pants got caught around my Kirby fort. No, he's an Ivox. The drawstring of my pants got caught and wrapped around my my belly button piercing. So I went to like stand up a bit and like shift, and I would like pulled on my belly button piercing, and I'm like, ah, it hurts. I'd like look down and like untangle it real quick. It's time to visit Urbifort with my catch, where traders from the Empire will arrive to take advantage of the season. I have sackfuls of beaver fur to trade, and I have food to buy for the winter to come. So is this here, between this paragraph and this paragraph, is this a slight time skip? You can let me know. That's it, Ken. I gotta go back to bed. I don't know what to tell you. Very slow. Okay. Because I was wondering, I'm like, wait, you have sackfuls of beaver fur, but you just lost. All these beaver traps are empty. They just had the wooden beavers. Ramash is the last bit of excitement before the great white falls and silences the land. The furs are thick for the winter. The elvish wines have finished brewing in their tack barrels, and treasures travel to Telsh from afar. We trappers come to town, trade our fur and our stories, and leave for our winter homes. I keep my visits brief when I come to town. The joys of Rumash are great, but folks in town are strange to me. Their gazes scratch at my soul until I long for the security of isolation. I head south to a small logging town, Urbifort. The last of the Empire's major colonies here in Telsh. The forest has been cleared for over a mile, rich tackwood harvested and floated down the river, down to Galkin, where merchants vie for the latest fellings. Telsh has poor soil and rough terrain, but small farms have sprung up on the outskirts of Urbifort. Acres of new farmland lie fallow. Urbifort never expands. Soon enough we'll have civilization proper out here, and I'll have to move deeper into the forest. No honor in being a man of the wild within 50 miles of a city. So this is a man, actually. It's so interesting. I think because you're using the first person, you're using I didn't actually know if it was a male or woman as the main character, and I kind of assumed it was a woman. I'm headed to Urbifort proper, the parts of Urbifort that lie behind the palisade. There's an inn there where I should be able to find the other trappers, be among my people. I enter the inn and greet Teleruth, the innkeeper. The bar is filled with men in simple leather frocks and canvas pants. Small hand axes and knives litter their persons. Around their necks are fine silk and gold laceworks, the work of elves. My own neck is adorned with a simple black silk scarf with gold embroidery depicting my family's crest. Teleruth escapes the demands of his patrons for a moment to greet me and usher me to a room, but the taps know no rest. Grun, one of the trappers, goes behind the bar, serving beer and collecting payment. Grun's a good sort. It'll all end up in Teleruth's pocket at the end of the night. With my tray goods safely stowed in my room, I return to the bar and ask Grun for some Lowell Blackberry, fresh. It's a short-lived wine and an acquired taste at that. A delicacy only known in Telsh, and usually the cheapest thing on tap. Grun picks up a champagne flute hidden somewhere underneath the bar and pours me my drink. I glance at everyone else's tankards and raise my eyebrow at Grun. Grun, in reply to my unasked question, "Sorry, we're out of mugs, stranger." He gives nothing away, but Grun's objective here is simple enough to see. A little bit of fun at my expense. I look Grun straight in the eye, square my shoulders up to my drink, and pinch it between my thumb and forefinger, pinky extended. Without breaking eye contact, I down the delicate flute in one go. Grun's lips purse tighter, and his face hardens as he struggles to hide his amusement. Putting on the air of a visiting merchant, I address Grun directly. "Such a degenerate brew! Though I suppose it's only fitting that the dregs of the Empire would drink such ichor. Grun, was it?" Grun smiles and looks at me expectantly. "I was hoping to raise my spirits here, but I see this tavern lacks the requisite refinement of spirits. Don't you have something more elvish, perchance?" Lowell Blackberry is, in fact, brewed by the Lul elves of Telsh. Visiting merchants will assume that it can't possibly be elven because of its strong and disagreeable flavors, but it is highly prized among the fair folk, who perceive it as a complex and subtle drink. Grun looks at me quizzically and jokes. "What? Don't tell me that you've never had goblin wine before." We both burst into laughter while Teleruth reasserts himself behind the bar and redirects Grun to his seat. Teleruth gives me a proper mug of Lul, and I'm grateful for it. I'm just highlighting this part so I can see where I'm at. Okay. Teleruth chases Grun down for the bar earnings and then spends some time surveying the bar. His eyes are glassy and he looks deep in thought as he lets out a number of mugs run dry, including my own. He grabs a small box, moves it behind the bar, and stands on it before he begins to speak. "Gentlefolk, if you please, I have something of grave importance to tell you all, and I fear that grave is the only appropriate word to use here, so..." Trappers are a rowdy lot, and much of the room is still lost in its own conversations. But Teleruth continues on. "I think you should know there's a disease about. A right ugly thing it is. Puts folk to sleep so that they never wake up. Still alive, mind you, still breathing. But the Genry family's boy has been asleep for over 3 months now." Sorry. Lealty holds his mug sideways, indicating his lack of drink. Surely this announcement could have waited for more important matters. Teleruth leans over the counter and says, "Then perhaps I should mention the witch." Lealty leans back and raises his eyebrows. Teleruth continues, "Meeting came by a month ago." Those listening groan in frustration. Meaden is a fellow trapper, but he spends most of his days scraping strange mosses and lichens off of trees, brewing stranger potions and testing his concoctions on himself. "Came by a month ago. and told us about the witch. Called her the Lady of the Forest and convinced the town to deliver the afflicted children to her. I say, now I know you're lying. No one's fool enough to trust Meaden. Telluth replies, the Jinzis were fool enough. They leave one day with their child, walk deep into the forest with Meaden, return without their little girl. Next week, the Tellers and the Yors head into the forest with that creature, return without their little ones. No one can get a word out of any of them. No one can get a word out of any of them but what happened. Leody says, okay, so he's taking them into the forest, bewitching them and stealing their kids. You saying we should do something about it? Tellerith ignoring him. One day, the Jinzi's girl comes back, awake and alive. Something's out there that knows a cure. Telluth frowns and looks down at the bar. That's about when half of the families with sick kids decide to follow Meaden into the forest. The rest headed out later, after the seizures started in the sleeping kids, after kids started dying. Gieran's mouth hangs open for a moment before he composes himself, signing himself with Alred's sigil. I think that's a really natural way of doing it. For fantasy, we do have like lore and world building. We have deities, we have stuff, right? And sometimes there is the inclination for writers to like insert a whole backstory or like over-explain stuff rather than just naturally let it be in the world and let us be immersed in the world. But here, even though I don't know what this sign is, I understand like, oh, this is like when you cross yourself, right? So this is probably a deity. Alred's sigil. This is probably a deity or someone that you make like a cross-like gesture for, to ward off evil. So I think this is a really nice logical. This is a nice way of inserting it. Telluth puts his hands up. No adults infected, although most of the children have been. Kids have about a week once they start seizing. And the bar remains silent. Plenty of children have returned. But the problem is they just get sick again, and then they're back in the forest with the lady. Reading it, lady is right. Saying it out loud just sounds like he's just saying like a generic lady, and we are talking about a witch here. So I wonder if replacing lady of the forest here with witch, she's like a witch of the woods type figure. Back in the forest with the witch might sound a little bit better. Just a suggestion. The bar is quiet a moment longer before Leody says, in a lot of ways, this doesn't really concern us, does it? I turn to Leody, casting an admonishing look. Telluth wraps his finger on the bar. Aye, that might be, except Meaden was found dead in the forest last week. An arrow to the heart. Callie, shouldn't you be in bed? Leody snorts. We'll find out who did it once they try to sell his furs. Telluth leans on the bar. Oh, we know who did it, lad. That arrow was elven, and someone carved the sigil of the Elru elves into his forehead. Alred's beard, Drowan whispers. The Elru aren't declaring war during Rumash, are they? I think if they meant war, they'd have struck a harder target than Meaden. The bar explodes into a flurry of speculation. Telluth does his best to manage the onslaught of questions, but his answers are insufficient. The elves have slain a trapper. We are all in danger, and no one knows why. Voices rise, and anger replaces uncertainty. Maybe if he hadn't sold his soul to that witch, he'd still be alive, Leody shouts. Maybe if the Empire had done something about those damn Avru years ago, we wouldn't have to worry about things like this happening. Rifel shouts back. It's the first I've heard from him all night. This isn't my fight. It is my place to decide what to do about the Avru elves. About the lady, about Medan. Not until we know more. Like a Grun, who is toying with an amulet of Elred, lost in thought. Teleruth is fielding more questions. Now seems as good a time as any to go to bed. Grun will be more than eager to fill me in if I manage to miss anything important. The night's still young, baby. So one, I like the characters here. I like the introduction. I felt like the characters we were introduced to were consistent, and I felt like it was decently easy for me to keep along with this cast of characters and figure out who said what. So there's nothing I would change about that too much. I'm just looking back at some stuff real quick. Hold on. I'll save my thoughts for a little bit later. We'll keep going for a little bit. Couldn't find the Discord? Let me see here. I can try to post a link. Hold on. I'm gonna maximize this. It's just on my channel, right? I think that link will work. Maybe, possibly, who knows. But that is there. But yeah, it's just on my channel. And it says like Discord link. It's just on the Cryptid Roots right here on Twitch. It's just on the thingamajig. But I think that link will work. The next day, I take my breakfast. Things have calmed down since last night, but the atmosphere is heavy. It's strange that Medan, of all trappers, could cause so much concern. I take some Lul blackberry with a greasy breakfast of pork and eggs. The merchants should be here in a couple of days. I can sell my wares, buy a few pecks of wheat corn, and get back out into the wild. And then I won't have to think about politics and more again until after the Eru have killed me and burned down my cabin. Fucking love this. Love that line. A week of aimless mornings pass. Am I crazy? Is that a different color? Is my mind playing tricks on me? A week of aimless mornings pass by. It is a different color. Okay, I'm not fucking crazy. Jesus Christ, I thought my eyes were tripping out on me. This... Let me see if I can get it. So if I highlight this previous paragraph, it shows as black here. Highlight this, it suddenly turns to just a very, very dark gray. That was tripping me out. I'm like, is this color different? Oh, man. A week of aimless mornings pass. Each passes slowly. Meals the only relief to another long day of waiting. We wait for the merchants, for answers, for something to break the tense quiet other than Leoti's habitual drum of his fingers. How did that happen? Crazy. Yeah, see, I was looking, I'm like, am I going crazy? Are my eyes messing with me? Which can happen. In order for the eye tracking on the model, I had to take off my glasses. And I am very close to being blind. I don't have the best eyesight. So I was like, what is going on here? The merchants arrive. The tavern's amenities have been chewing through my script, so I'm overjoyed to get a chance to finally sell my furs and hear some news from the outside world. When I make my way to the merchant camp outside, I'm stunned to see the look of things. Their guards are tense, their servants forlorn. When I come up to one of the traders to offer my wares, his words are short and clipped, his offers insultingly low, his prices insultingly high. I can hear Leobi cursing out another trader in the distance, so I know I'm not the only trapper being given this treatment. I catch some men in guard uniforms playing dice and making merry, so I throw some coin into the pot and ask for a chance to throw. They're happy to get new blood into the game. We gamble for a bit. It's a strategic game as far as money games go. Roll until you get knocked out by a bad roll, or save up your points for the next round by banking them. Peso, one of the gamblers, feeds me the rules before bending my ear about the tragedies affecting the camp. We've got quicklings wrecking our carts, and Triskeg stealing our gold. The whole expedition's losing money. We're cutting our pay to make up for it. The gambler to my left interrupts. They say it's because we're not protecting the caravan properly. But we're only here to protect these fools from bandits. It's not like they outfitted us with cold iron. These swords might as well be sticks to the Fae. It's his turn, and he rolls recklessly, racking up points without ever bothering to bank. Poor Mariana, though, says Peso. His eyes are sharp, and he snatches the dice up after the man to my left rolls out. Should have banked, Quisley. Who's Mariana? I ask. Peso starts rolling. One of the expedition leaders. Their son went to sleep about a week ago. Hasn't woken up since. So, did she go to see the lady? I ask. Peso pauses here and looks me in the eye. Who's the lady? My model was freaking out, oopsie. I tell him, there's a witch in the forest that claims she has a cure for the sleeping sickness that boy caught. Peso screws up his face briefly before replying. I don't think she'll be needing the services of a witch. I pick up some of the rude strategy of the game as we play, but still end up losing most of my wagers. Play for a bit longer until the well of conversation runs dry. I don't mention Miedin or his unfortunate death. All that lies that way is more questions and no answers. Eventually, I pump Peso and the gamblers for information about buying and selling in the camp. We're just on page 6. I've read longer for you, Author Relic. Don't ask for gold when you're trading. I haven't got any to give. Don't offer any gold either. Can't defend what we get, advises Peso. So far as a note, the dialogue is fucking great. This is fantastic dialogue. Full disclosure, I love the dialogue. I think it just felt longer because I was pausing. I was just yapping a bit in between it. Yeah, we haven't been reading blah 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 blah. We haven't been reading a lot of this yet. The dialogue is fucking fantastic with multiple characters. Multiple characters here. A lot of interactions, a lot of characters talking back and forth, not even with the main character, but with each other. Very well-flowing dialogue. It feels realistic. I think the dialogue is fucking out of this world. What makes great dialogue? That's a good question. I'd say it has to read naturally for the character. Like MSM earlier, I said, oh, some of the dialogue feels a little wonky because the word choices don't feel right for the previous thing this character has said. It feels a little out of place. So everything here, the words feel, when I'm reading them out, they feel natural, especially for the character I'm portraying. They might not always feel natural for, like, another character, but for the individual character saying the lines, it feels natural. Like, you could say, like, oh, don't use, like, high uppity language. That's not natural. But if you have, like, a high princess speaking in a court to a bunch of, like, important royal people, she might have very elegant, uppity language, right? So that voice is different compared to how the princess might be, like, relaxing and just talking gossip with her lady's maid, right? The voice can change but it should still feel naturally coming from that. It should be believably coming from that character. And the way these characters are interacting back and forth, I'm like, this is really natural dialogue. Yeah. Doing that is to make sure it's not bare. Characters should almost always be doing something else while talking. Yeah, it shouldn't just be dialogue. You can have other things mixed in between, them doing actions, them thinking things, them acting a certain way, like smiling or trying to hide stuff. Yeah, that's a really good balance to make. The fact that this is gray is bothering me. Sorry. I thought it was going crazy. Now that I notice it, even when I'm scrolling by, I'm like, that's different, that's gray. I feel like I'm a lunatic. Oh my god. No, so let's see here. So let's do an example of what he's talking about. Poor Mariana, though, says Peso. And he snatches the dice up after the man to my left rolls. Should have banked Kisley. Right, so in between his lines, he has this thing, he snatches up the dice. So he says something, and then he has this action, he slices up the dice, and he responds to the other character here. Should have banked Quinsley. Who's Mariana, I ask. And then, Peso starts rolling. That's an action, right? One of the expedition leaders. Her son went to sleep about a week ago and hasn't woken up since. The other character speaks, and Peso pauses here and looks me in the eye. Who's the lady? So if this was just dialogue, the way it would read is, Poor Mariana. Should have banked Kisley. Who's Mariana? One of the expedition leaders. Her son went to sleep about a week ago and hasn't woken up since. So did she go to see the lady? Who's the lady? There's a witch in the forest that claims she has a cure for the sleeping sickness that boy caught. Right, that's just dialogue. What I just did was just dialogue. And that doesn't flow well, right? It's just like a script. But breaking up the lines of dialogue with actions. He snatches up the dice. Someone asks. He starts rolling. He pauses and looks me in the eye. He screws up his face briefly before replying. So that's what he means, where he breaks up the dialogue with actions. There's stuff happening, and then he gives another line of dialogue, and then it's the next line. It's the actions that speak as well as the dialogue. That's a good way of putting it. We now have a crow beak and a pair of dice. Loot Goblin pile grows. Loot Goblin, Loot Goblin, Loot Goblin. Oh, you just fix it later, that's fine. So what was I saying? Hold on. So the dialogue is fantastic in this piece. I really like it. It flows naturally. The characters, even if they're all very similar, there's a lot of guys here, and there are a lot of, like, working, like, they're guards, they're other trappers, so they're similar backgrounds, but the things they're saying are still a little bit distinct, so it works with the character. I'm like, this is great. One of the notes, because it's not just about the good stuff, right? So that is fantastic. Also, how does one screw up their own face? Like when you scrunch up your face. It's another way to do it. It's like scrunching. I can't do it with the model. Yeah, you just like wrinkle your nose. You kind of like, it's like that. I can't do it with the fucking model. I'm like showing you guys, and I can't actually show you guys. But you like scrunch up your face. It's when you like lift up your upper lip. You like wrinkle your nose, and you furrow your brows, and like your face scrunches up. And it always says that you screw up your face. And if someone else screws up your face, that means they like punched you and beat you black and blue, and they messed up your face. That's something different though. So for hints, not for hints. You can tell it's almost 2 a.m. for me now. For critique, for things to suggest to make this writing a little stronger. Oh, you just got a very sad round of plastic surgery. That's true. Then yeah, a plastic surgeon would have screwed up your face. They messed it up. So that's if someone else screws up your face. But you can scrunch up your face. That's fine. even though the prose is very cool and it is an interesting beginning that does grab the reader's attention, I'm wondering if this little flashback, it kind of starts with a flashback of our main character first getting Theosilla. Even it has great dialogue, right? I think I even pointed out some of the dialogue that I really liked. I'm not quite seeing the exact one I was thinking of, but some of the line and we just got a very sad. Sorry, yeah. So some of the lines I do really like. But I'm wondering if the opening should be here because it is technically a flashback, and it's only a couple paragraphs worth of flashback. I'm wondering, and then we have the interacting with the beavers and getting those fake beavers from the Fae. Then we have a time skip, and now we're in the Hunter's Tavern, waiting for the traders to come in. And then we have, even once we're there, then we have another time skip, right? A couple days pass. A week passes, and then the merchants arrive. So there's a lot of time skips happening, and it's only been 5 pages. People love the bird too much. I can't cut it. I have shortening the beginning. Have tried shortening the beginning. Now I'm saying, it might not need to be cut entirely. It might just need to be put somewhere else, because it is very good. And that's one of the problems, right? The saying of kill your darlings is a saying for a reason. Even if something's good and you love it and other people love it, it just might not fit the best. And I love this scene with the bird. It's an incredible opener. I'm just not sure if it's the right opener for the rest of the story. What would you mind telling us? What does the story cover? I'm thinking the story covers this issue with the Fae. The Fae have done something, or the elves have done something with the children and put them to sleep, and there's a potential war, and maybe they had to track down this witch. That's what I'm assuming is the plot this character's going to get sucked into. Yeah, it's an incredible opener, but not for the story that follows. And that's why it's not kill your suckies. It's not kill the things that suck. It's kill your darlings. Sometimes there's things that are amazing and fantastic and people will love. Okay, so she is important later. Yes, I wasn't saying get rid of her. I'm just saying maybe not make her the opening. I was so sad that I thought you called me. But it's about the Fae problem. So yeah, this Fae problem with them stealing the beavers, with them putting the kids to sleep, with doing all this stuff, and then it's going to be maybe meeting this witch later and figuring out something to do. But it's about the Fae problem. So I would maybe, now having all this, copy and paste this into a separate document, right? Because it is good stuff. I don't want you to delete it. I think a lot of people don't get rid of stuff because they're like, deleting it is like, it's too scary. Just save it in a new document. Keep it on. Like, put it in the back burner. I would suggest, let me see here, what would be a better opening? She's eating. I would consider having the opening a little closer to this. They're walking, they're checking their traps, and then they discover the beavers being pulled out and they've been replaced with the Fae. Being the main antagonist in Barry's first book is a carryover from my original story. Oh, that's so interesting. So I need to kill my wife? That's what you recommend? Unless she's a murderous psycho. No. So I would suggest maybe a little closer here with them walking through the woods, checking their traps, and then they stumble upon the Fae have taken these beavers and replaced them with the wooden bits, right? Which is still an amazing scene. I got the tone then of this work from this Fae and trickery going on. And then during this walk, my initial suggestion, having only read the first 6 pages, is to start closer to them fishing up the beavers and finding that they're wooden beavers. As they then walk to check the other traps, then having Theocilla, right? They're having Theocilla check stuff with the beavers. Then they stop, they find the wren bird trap. And then they tear that apart for Theocilla. And as Theocilla's eating the wren bird, then have the flashback of how they got Theocilla, right? Thinking back. But oh yeah, Theocilla was this bird. As mysterious as the Fae. This is how I got her. She never left. I think there was like one line that I really fucking loved. Where was it? It was like one line I really like. I don't know. I highlight. You have to rewatch the VOD if you want to do it. Friend at first with the furback. Super Psycho. At this point, my outline is an archaeological site. There are like 4 versions of the same thing piling on top of each other. Outlining's hard. She's not actually the original stuff anymore. Her presence made it too crowded, so Barry got her. Yep. That's why I even said, like, there was this one side character that I loved in one of my cannibal stories. I had this cannibal character, OC. And there's a side character who was like this polite, magical, serial killer mercenary, and he was so cool and badass, and he was obsessed with etiquette, and his last name was Kediet, which is just phonetically etiquette backwards, and I thought I was so clever for that. And I made him so awesome, he had the presence of the main character. And he wasn't the main character. The main character was the cannibal girl and her going on this journey fighting these other supernatural beings that were eating humans. Cannibal style. And at the end I realized, oh my god, this Alex Keddy character, this super polite, etiquette-focused serial killer is so great. But he's hurting the vibe of the rest of my story, even though he's so fantastic and wonderful and I love him. He has to have his own thing. He can't be here anymore. I had to rethink the side character. Because she was complex. What page are we on? I'm scrolling through. I'm going back. We finished like up to page 6. And I might call it soon. Like, she's very complex. So yeah, my suggestion would be to start a little closer to this Fae issue. That gives the readers in the intro a bit like, oh, there's stuff going on with the Fae here. They're doing trickery. There's a presence here with the Fae stealing the beavers, and that might be important later. And then as you then go to the wren trap and you're feeding, oh my god, I forgot what her name is, Theocilla. While watching Theocilla, have the little flashback, the cool flashback of how the character saved Theocilla, how they did all this, how they're not very nurturing, but maybe they did. It's a great scene. It just shouldn't be the opening scene. It should come a little later. And then after that flashback, Theocilla's finished eating the wren bird. And then you guys head back. And you start thinking of going, now with less beaver furs, having to go and do trading. Nothing bonds people better than a simple joy of consuming human flesh. You know, it's a very great bonding activity. No more time to go back to me, guess. Again, if you can't. It's past 2 a.m. here. I'm so tired. I think Author Relic was also waiting, but yeah, that's just kind of the limit today. I have to keep working. I still had to lock up Luna Tuna Fish in her room and release the other cats. I had to do the little switcheroo of the cats to who's out for the night. So I'm gonna be fucking tired tomorrow. That's what I'm gonna be. But yeah, and I'm looking forward to the next few streams, not only to I heard my name. I'm so sorry. I was just saying, oh, Author Relic's been waiting too, but I think I'm about to end stream soon. So sorry, I didn't mean to gaslight you. We're finishing up stream now. I'm finishing up this critique, and then I'll probably call it good for the night. But next stream we can catch up with everyone else again. And for future streams, I'm really looking forward. I'm hoping to continue playing with Penny for It Takes Two. And then, yes, I'm planning a stream with Sir Chatty Matty. I think we settled on a date that I'm looking forward to. For today. For today, it was the last work. It's past 2 a.m. for me. Please, I have to sleep at some point. Sorry. We read the first 6 pages. And I had two or three other people before this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't kill me. Yeah, please don't kill me. Please, I need to go to sleep. I have work to do. Sleep, what's that? Hello, Lunar Knights. Good to see you. So Bob, thank you so much for submitting. First of all, this is a very strong work. But again, my specialty is more on the developmental side, which I think actually works here. You have a very, very strong line edit. I don't really think this would be, I have to wait till next time. I don't... Don't donate author, like, please, I really can't stay up much later. I really have to go to sleep. But we can figure out a day that works for you, Author Relic, and a day that works for you. We'll have your work back on stream, and I'll review your stuff. Oh yeah, and for King, I try to check that you guys are in chat before I review it. So if you're not here, then I just won't review it. So you're fine. You won't miss it. I double check, like, hey, King Cal is up next. Is King Cal in chat right now? And then you'll say, like, yeah, I'm here. And they'll be like, sweet. And then we'll read your work. So that's how it goes. So don't worry about missing it. And if you ever do, hey, there will be the VOD later. There'll be the VOD on the VOD's pages. What was I saying? But yeah, that would be my critique of how to rephrase this to keep the work you had. Because I think it's honestly a great scene with the bird. I think it just didn't need to be the intro. It just had to happen a little more naturally later. So we get the face stuff earlier, then the bird right after, right? Still in the same 6 pages. It's just slightly reworked. And then coming back, and now we had the hint of like, oh, they don't have the fur, the beaver furs. It might be a little harder come trading season. Would King Cal please step up to the stage? Would the real Slim Sadie please stand up? Please stand up. I wondered why I haven't heard any cryptid noises in a while. The stream was paused. I haven't paused it, right? Please. Please, I didn't pause this, right? This is working for you guys, right? Please don't scare me like that. I don't know. Was it just paused for you? Anyway. So that'll be my first critique, just slightly rearranging those scenes. And then my second, I would say, because I try to at least do 2. There was one moment when you're describing all the different towns. Let me go back to it. So the season turns to Rumash, the time when the elvish enclaves open up to trade. That's fine. It's time to visit Urbifort with my catch, where traders from the Empire will arrive to take advantage of the season. I have sackfuls of beaver fur to trade, and I have food to buy for the winter to come. Rumash is the last bit of excitement for the Great White Fall. White falls and silences the land. Travel to Tausch from afar. I keep my visit brief when I come to town. The joys of Rumash are great, but folks in town are strange to me. Their gazes scratch at my soul until I long for the security of isolation. I head south to a small logging town, Urbifort. So here, I think at this part, I got a little confusion. I'm like, okay, is the town he keeps to visit brief at, is the place where he briefly visits, is that Urbifort? Or does he go to another town nearby and then travels to the small logging town Urbifort? Because here it seemed like, okay, he's going to travel. It's time to visit Urbifort. I briefly visit a town, the nearby town, and then I head south to the small logging town Urbifort. I fix yes. I keep hearing Gamage instead of Rumash. Oh, I'm not sure. But yeah, so my second suggestion would be with all these new words for the fantasy setting. Make it very clear. I think the beginning of it is the season turns to Rumash is good. It's time to visit Urbifort. That's described, so that's good. Talsh, right? We now have a third one really close by together, so that gets a little tricky. But then when you mention the brief visit to town and then Urbifort, I wonder if this town and Urbifort are different. If there is a separate town, just make it a little bit more clear. This is a different town. This is like the nearby little local town that the character doesn't like to visit, and then they head to Urbifort. Or if it is the same town, then you could get rid of some of the double things here. I keep my visits brief when I come to Urbifort. The joys of Rumash are great, but folks in town are strange to me. Their gazes scratch at my soul until I long for the security of isolation. And then you could just get rid of that one. It's the last of the Empire's major colonies here in Telsh. So that you could either tidy it up if it is the same, or expand and make it a bit more clear if these are two different towns. Okay, no, they're a separate town. Okay, so yeah, then I would so I keep my visits brief when I come to town, and I would maybe name the town. No, well, there's already a lot of names. So I maybe like just rearrange it to like I keep my visits brief in the local town. And like the little dash, the joys of Rumash are great, but local folks are strange to me. No, as in there's no separate town. Okay, so this is already before. So in that case, you could shorten this a little bit. That way it's not as confusing, right? Because we already mentioned Urbifort up here, so we already know it's the place they're visiting. It's time to visit Urbifort with my catch, where traders from the Empire will arrive to take advantage of the season. And then maybe say like, the joys of Rumash are great, but folks in town are strange to me. So I keep my visits to Urbifort short. Yeah, you know how to fix. Okay, so you don't need me to explain this. You can go to bed sooner, thank God. So yeah, that would be my second critique. Rearranging the opening scenes, and then just reworking some of the sentences here to make it more clear. But otherwise, Bob, like, holy cow, amazing first 6 pages. The world is interesting, and hey, I've always said I do have a bias for Fae stories, right? For fantasy stories with the Fae. Not to say romance, but fantasy with classic Fae magic, and them doing trickery like this, and the kids falling asleep. There's a lot of cool stuff here. The story is very strong so far. So if you were wondering about that, strong intro, very strong prose, and I think your biggest strength is your dialogue. But yes, some of the opening could be worked, some scenes could be rearranged, and then some things could just be clarified. So that is my critique. I hope it helps. Thank you so much for submitting. And hey, we did the first few 6 pages for you, but I hope in the future you will resubmit and we could keep reading some more pages. As you saw with me doing earlier, like MSM, we were reading the second half of stuff. Chatty Maddie, we were reading chapter 2 because we've already covered chapter 1, and we've even done chapter 2 before, but they did some edits, so they resubmitted. So I hope in the future we get to see this again. But otherwise, I'm gonna call it here, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. Oh, you fixed your intro to have Barry cleaning blood from her knuckles. See, that's badass. That's pretty cool. I'm excited. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. And hey, I hope you enjoy hanging out with us here in the future. Right now, it's roughly streaming every other day, so I won't be streaming on the 18th. I'll be streaming again on the 19th. And then I think we have a collab plan for the 20th, if I'm remembering right. Encore, no, please, it's past 2 a.m. I need to sleep. But otherwise, I hope you guys have a wonderful night. I hope you guys are feeling so proud of your writing progress wherever you are in the writing journey, whether you're doing outlines, rough drafts, struggling with thinking words up, struggling to remember what undoes is, like I was earlier. That was just because I'm tired. But otherwise, have a great night, and goodbye!